Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City – концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток. Автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения. Информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха. Дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг. Анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома? Мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
Focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City – концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения,
Информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха. Дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг. Анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью
Коллеги, мы подключились, начинаем. Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги. Нас видно, слышно. Мы начинаем нашу сессию под названием «Реализация проектов и инициатив в рамках цифровой повестки ЕАЭС». Как вы знаете, в 2017 году был дан старт решением Высшего совета о реализации цифровой повестки, и подписан основной документ, это основные направления реализации цифровой повестки Союза, и определены приоритетные направления при реализации цифровой повестки. Сегодня в рамках нашего круглого стола мы будем обсуждать тему механизмов реализации сервисов и цифровой инфраструктуры цифровых транспортных коридоров, а также проект «Унифицированная система работа без границ» EAS и новый проект у нас. Недавно только было принято распоряжение коллегии об одобрении. Это цифровое техрегулирование в рамках Евразийского экономического союза. Позвольте мне познакомить со спикерами из стран. У нас в прямом эфире в онлайн-режиме подключены 5 стран. Это Первая Республика Армения, Агаджанян Виолетта Владиславовна, это начальник отдела Евразийского экономического союза, Департамента внешних связей, Министерства территориального управления и инфраструктуры Республики Армения. Республика Беларусь представлена спикером, это Михайловский Игорь Анатольевич, директор научно-инженерного республиканского унитарного предприятия, Институт прикладных программных систем, Министерства связи и информатизации Республики Беларусь. Республику Казахстан представляет Каспанов Данияр Зултангазиевич, заместитель председателя Комитета транспорта Министерства индустрии и инфраструктурного развития Республики Казахстан. Кыргызская республика Ахматов Адылбек Тентемишевич, начальник управления автомобильного и железнодорожного транспорта Министерства транспорта и дорог Кыргызской республики. У нас произошла смена спикера из Российской Федерации. Сегодня будет выступать у нас Мигур Мария Андреевна, консультант отдела цифровой транспортной логистики и интеллектуальных транспортных систем Департамента цифровой трансформации Министерства транспорта Российской Федерации. Здесь спикеры представлены из этих органов и организаций не случайно, так как все помните, в прошлом году здесь же в Алмате был дан старт проекту формирования экосистемы цифровых транспортных коридоров Евразийского экономического союза, и было принято Межправсоветом у нас план мероприятий по реализации, по формированию экосистемы цифровых транспортных коридоров. И согласно первому пункту этого плана у нас были определены уполномоченные органы и организации всех стран. Недавно мы в ноябре утвердили перечень сервисов и необходимой цифровой инфраструктуры при формировании экосистемы цифровых транспортных коридоров. И мы сейчас хотели бы обсудить такую тему о механизмах реализации, так как при формировании экосистемы все понимаем, что у нас в транспортно-логистической сфере очень множество стейкхолдеров, заинтересованных пользователей, также сервис-провайдеров, которые предоставляют у нас сервисы как на государственном уровне, так и на уровне бизнеса. Она у нас динамично развивается, и цифровая трансформация в отрасли сегодня происходит очень быстрыми темпами. И мы в рамках нашей работы, в рамках формирования совместно с государственными членами должны выработать и утвердить механизмы реализации, по каким принципам мы будем реализовывать, формировать цифровые транспортные коридоры, как будут сервисы, с учетом того, что у нас очень много участников и разного вида сервисов, а также сервис-провайдеров. Мы должны сформировать механизм, согласно которому мы будем реализовывать, как вот бизнес, который уже предоставляет свои сервисы, будет входить в эту экосистему, и как участникам, потребители, как будут механизмы финансирования, один из основных вопросов таких проектов, как мы будем реализовывать на национальном уровне, какую часть мы будем на национальном уровне реализовывать, то есть это интеграционную часть, общую часть. Вот эти все вопросы нам сегодня важно обсудить. И вопрос я бы хотел задать Виолетте Владиславовне. Какие основополагающие принципы, по вашему мнению, должны быть заложены в механизмах реализации сервисов и цифровой инфраструктуры, цифровых транспортных коридоров Союза? И какие вы видите препятствия и риски на национальном уровне при реализации этого проекта. Пожалуйста, Виолетта Владиславовна, вам слово.
Добрый день, уважаемые присутствующие. Рада всех приветствовать в заседании круглого стола. Я перейду сразу к вопросу. Значит, говоря о принципах, которые должны быть заложены в механизмах реализации сервисов и цифровой инфраструктуры экосистемы ЦТК, по нашему мнению, одним из основополагающих принципов является универсальность и доступность. Принцип универсальности заключается в том, что заложенные в проекте технологии в последующем могут быть использованы для всех видов транспорта, осуществляющих международные перевозки по коридорам ЕАЭС или проходящим через ЕАЭС. При этом цифровые сервисы проекта должны быть и будут доступны для всех участников международных перевозок, осуществляемых через международные маршруты в ЕАЭС. Более того, немаловажным фактором
Moreover, another
является
important
удобство
factor
сервисов.
is the convenience of
Сервисы
the
должны быть
services provided. These services must be appreciated, marketed, and updated constantly, and they should be provided for the state regulating authorities. We have defined 10 priority services to be implemented in all the member states. That's why, therefore, as the most important principle is the coordination between the EAEU countries and the other countries. As far as you know, Armenia does not have the dry frontier with any country of the Union. When we talk about the risks on the national level, I'd like to tell you that when we provided the aforementioned principle as we listed them, when we try to ensure the most important thing is the functioning of the services, the barriers when we try to implement the projects, there are no barriers at all, and I believe there won't be, because we approach just to the digital transformation of EAEU corridors, and that's why it's really too early to talk about any difficulties. Of course, difficulties and challenges will arise, certainly, but our efforts should be aimed at eliminating the barriers and ensure the comfortable terms for foreign carriers. We believe and we have no doubt that all the participants are interested in providing services, and they will implement the project in their countries. And to summarize, I'd like to talk about the communicational platforms for priority services of digital transport, EAEU corridors. Our ministry, the Ministry of Territorial Development and Infrastructure of Armenia, is an authorized body to prepare the transport corridor of EAEU, does not object to implementation of the project, but I think it would be viable to submit this matter to the next meeting of the Cabinet of Ministers of the Eurasian Committee to amend the relevant set of the documents of this project. Thank you.
Извиняюсь, коллеги, я микрофон выключил.
Apologies, colleagues. Okay, thank you very much, Violeta Vladislavovna. And now I'd like to give a floor to Igor Anatolyevich. Igor Anatolyevich, please, the floor is yours, but I'd like to inform our speakers that we are limited by the time, and according to the timeline, we have just 5 minutes per speaker. Please respect the timeline. Igor Anatolyevich, please, the floor is yours.
I think that I will express the common opinion that the purpose that we are pursuing at the moment of all the participants of this forum is, first of all, to launch the work on creation of the system of digital transportation corridors. Theoretically, just the world of research has been carried out in all the countries for the European Council and also the Asian Pacific Ocean regions. So a lot of work has been done, but in general, the concept and the project is very similar, but still there are some national peculiarities. So just the basic principle that we are going just now to talk about is the mechanism of this structure is, first of all, the principle of creation of the required digital platform to make sure that we can integrate the national systems and the segments in the unified digital system and world. So it's obvious that we need to consider the consequent integration with analogical platforms of the European and the Pacific Ocean regions and the Eurasian continent. At the initial stage, based on this, in 220, we have identified the first step in the infrastructure and the creation of informational platform that needs to show the whole set of all the work and just now, and the measures that have to be undertaken and all the scope of work that needs to be carried out for further interaction. Another step and another principle that has to be considered is the principle interoperability of the services, which can be implemented by development of standard models and models for the further installation and localization of the national segment. So it's what's very important is we have to comply with international standards when we talk about information exchange and with all the electronic documents and other data. The principle that we have to adhere to is this gradual piloting. And when we talk about the base services and for checking, for testing, we'll have the concept just to make tests before we start, prior to their complete installation. So by adhering and complying with these principles, we have to ensure an informational compatibility of the platforms and of the third countries. At the moment, we have to also reiterate and underline that the implementation of the program and so is being carried out with a certain delay and with the purpose of a timely implementation of the program and formation of the ecosystem. We're suggesting to start review the existing mechanism of the project. So within the framework of the digital agenda. So it's Eurasian space. In 2019, we launched the work, in fact. But when we talk about the risks when we implement the project, so we talk about the national risks and, first of all, the delay of implementation of the project and all the elements of the digital infrastructure. And we talk about this. So what will definitely lead and entail the delays and maybe the further disruption or maybe some market integration also. When we talk about the regional platforms particularly. So additional risk that can be associated first. So with different levels of digital sector in the EIS countries and also the application of different standards when we talk about electronic documents particularly. So this might definitely can make the work very much challenging and can definitely delay or impede the implementation of the project. And of course, it will definitely require additional expenses or it will require technological skills for creation of the convertible system for conversion of the documents when we talk about the exchange. In Belarus, we just planned to create the platform for creation of electronic logistics. Also, we have been using interacting with the developers team, designers team of the systems in the European, Eurasian countries and the Pacific Ocean region, and also with the organizations that are developing international standards for this to make sure that the documents comply with the standards. So therefore, we have a whole bunch of apps, and we're participating in a whole bunch of sessions. In January, we participated in the workshop that was dedicated, that was integrating the systems of Korea and Japan. Also, Belarusian experts are collaborating with the UN experts when they develop electronic railroad system. What we would love to have, just to make sure that this work is synchronized with the general project. When we talk about the transportation corridors, I definitely endorse the idea of the first speaker. First of all, these issues have to be brought up for a general review and consideration by the Eurasian Commission. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Igor Anatolievich, thanks a lot. So the same issues, we just would love to ask them. Dunyar Tangazevich, I'm going to pass the floor to you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. First of all, I would love to briefly just introduce all the digital information in Kazakhstan, integration with whom we are wide open within the framework of the Eurasian Council. So 96 of the government services are being provided by the transportation sector. So with the start of pandemic disease here in Kazakhstan, we have been shifted to all this for the electronic format. It means that we're trying to avoid paper carriers and hard copies. So we have reduced about more than 140 contacts. We were able to have these online negotiations and talks and to carry out our business online mode to avoid any physical contacts and physical presence. Also, there was a law adopted by the government that we're going to have the transition to the electronic mode. It means that we are going to work on the digital invoices and transportation documents. Will be bills of consignment. All the documents will be definitely made on this online. Also, we adopted a concept. It's like a draft law. So it means that we're going to implement this automated system. So just for measurement, it means that the transportation control of this of this transportation along the railroad will be automated. So it means that these measures that are undertaken will allow us to have maybe just to exclude all their hard copies and avoid any physical contact, and the speed of transportation of these vehicles will be. So it will imply us to have this cargo exchange up to more than 3 billion tons. So all the digits, the numbers that were given, will definitely forming or shaping the transportation system, which will be integrated into the ecosystem, the transportation corridors. So it will definitely enable to have a very high capacity and of the cargo system. When we talk about the basic fundamental issues and the logistical infrastructure, it should be based on the principle of restoration of the digital sovereignty of the country, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker. So we have to. It shouldn't contradict with the national legislation or the fundamental laws of our country. Besides, in order to expedite passing through the internal territories and to provide transparent control, the digital services will be provided on the domestic market. It will not be reflected or it will definitely not impact the entire system. So we want just to have this to reach very high capacity and to have very high performance indicators. And just to ensure that the government and also other sectors are endorsing and supporting our sector. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Daniel Tangazevich, for your very informative report. And now I'd like to ask the same questions to Alec Beck. Please, the floor is yours, and please don't forget about the time limitations. You have 5 minutes for your speech. Thank you, dear participants of the roundtable. As far as you know, today in Kyrgyzstan, in particular in our ministry, there is a restructuring of the ministry. Moreover, there are matters with regard to the infrastructure, building and communications, but despite this fact, we would like to reassure you that the implementation of these services will be according to the earlier deliberated solutions. As far as you know, today the Eurasian Economic Committee, together with the members of the Eurasian Economic Union, starts the implementation point 3 of the actions plan in terms of creating the digital transport corridors. This clause provides that the supranational enterprises and the members of the Eurasian Economic Committee should propose the mechanisms, the form and ways of services implementation and the required digital infrastructure of digital transport corridors. At the same time, when it comes to this matter, the Kyrgyz Republic proposed to use the conceptual basis of the project implementation within the digital agenda of the Eurasian Economic Union. At the same time, as we choose mechanisms, so we should define the interstate logics of project implementation. It should also be taken into consideration that the state bodies and state authorities of the member unions should be responsible for the development of transport and economics, logistics, with the IT services providers. We need to consider the synchronization of the activity as well as the interconnection of the already available solutions and national systems. At the same time, as our colleague already mentioned, the project should be based on the national sovereignty of data. At the same time, as we choose mechanisms and forms, one should respond to the question, who is responsible for the implementation of state services? Who will be responsible for the public-private partnership platforms? What projects will be financed by the union and what will be financed by the particular states? At the same time, we should note that given the negative impact of coronavirus to the economics of the states, we believe that the risk will be related to the project financing when it comes to the development of digital transport corridors. At the same time, we find it viable to establish the expert platforms with the state representatives, state bodies representatives, scientific organizations, academia, as well as the independent international and national experts to be involved in this work. Thank you. Thank you very much, Akulbek Nagishevich. Russian Federation will take up the same questions when follow up on that. Maria Andreevna, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Establishment of the digital transport corridors ecosystems establishment is one of the priorities, and experts in our countries conducted a very informative and constructive work, and at the Supreme Eurasian meeting of the EAEU states mentioned the achievements, and during these events participants were unanimous by thinking that the basis of our cooperation is digitalization of the main economic sectors and the launch of joint projects. The project implementation will allow to create the single transport space of the Eurasian community and is fully in line with the strategy of the economic integration up to 2025. The list is already approved. The next step is to define mechanisms, and our colleagues already mentioned that we are somehow delayed, and we need to start doing actions, and we need to make up for the lost time. We need to compensate our losses. If we delay in the beginning, we can be back behind the world trends. The Ministry of the Transport already submitted proposals in terms of defining mechanisms and forms of services implementation and digital infrastructure. We fully support the proposals of the previous speakers about the early implementation of digital infrastructure for the project implementation within the digital agenda. In Russia, digital technologies allow to create the responsive landscape towards gradual digitalization within the digital agenda, national digital agenda. There is already some actions towards digitalizing of documentation and transport of passengers. As of today, the prototype of the paper documentation has been elaborated, and the design of data exchange for a number of documents, bill of landings, way bills, permits for oversized cargoes. Last year, we already started to cooperate with the authorized bodies of the countries to create informational and communicational win showcase, which will be the supportive tool in terms of development, digital communication between the stakeholders of transport and carriers. The creation of the library of the topical components will create a good basis for synchronization of the transport industry of the EAEU. This showcase will allow to demonstrate the capabilities of these countries and create the single market of the Union and unveil the opportunities of these initiatives in terms of seamless transportation of the products and goods from the Eurasian community to the Pacific states. That's why our country is ready to consider these services and infrastructure as per the EAEU agenda with further improvements if necessary. At the same time, I'd like to propose to discuss the mechanisms within the existing working groups based on the Commission's activity and to come up to the coordinated position as soon as possible, as well as to submit the matter of infrastructure digitalization as a matter to be discussed at the following committee of EAEU. Thank you very much, Elena Andreevna. Thank you very much, all my dear speakers, that you all met the timeline and finalizing and summarizing this meeting. I'd like to know that all the speakers already mentioned that we need to come up to the practical implementation using the experience and best practices of digital agenda. Whatever has been mentioned today, namely the principles that should be considered as the cornerstones for the development of mechanisms and approval of these mechanisms. These principles are mostly reflected in our mechanisms, and according to this procedure, the country should approve these mechanisms, and there should be at least 3 parties to approve these mechanisms. That's why we need to establish the communication platform, the dialogue. There is a certain task force for these matters, and given the opinion of all the participants, speeches and views, we need to bring together the stakeholders, the suppliers of IT services. I propose to expand this task force with relevant professionals, and we are always ready to keep on working, and we will be expediting our efforts. Whatever colleagues mentioned with regard to the mechanisms and their implementation, I'd like to encourage other parties to propose their ideas for these platforms. We have already prepared a list of the services, which include more than 10 ones. Our colleagues already mentioned the work which is being conducted, and the parties also want to actively submit their proposals in terms of the services implementation, and I want them to be more proactive with regard to the proposed draft of the Russian Federation. As we implement this project and as all parties approve it, we will be able to submit for the approval new mechanisms, and we'll use it as an ecosystem for a wide range of for the big data, for the wide range of projects. So we have so many participants in our online format, but due to our time limits, there are questions from our participants, but due to the fact that we are limited, unfortunately, these questions will not be taken. However, if there are questions, you can forward them to our emails. We will share our contacts with the organizers, with the hosters of the event. You can submit them to us, you can forward them to us, and we will be happy to take them up. And now let's move on to the next report. My colleague, the vice assistant chairman, Kabeldinovna, she's in charge of the unified system of the transport without borders. This initiative has been implementing within the year, and Dina will share the steps of the projects and phases, milestones of it. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome all the forum participants. I'd like to share the main milestones of the project when it comes to the work without borders. This project was launched by the Eurasian Economic Commission back in 2019 with the members of EAEU. The main goal of this project is to create the search engine which would ensure the access to the vacancies and CVs that are in the national databases of our 5 countries. This project was launched back within the digital agenda of the Eurasian Economic Union in terms of creating an ecosystem for employability of the citizens of the Eurasian Economic Union. So the main goals which were set before the project was launched, first and foremost, are related with the expediting and speeding up the transition of workforce within the union, expanding the employability for EAU member citizens, as well as the possibility to recruit personnel, to select personnel for the Eurasian Economic Union, including the introduction of digital tools that would allow to interact in a brand new way within the workforce market of the EAU. To make all these projects happen with regard to the digital agenda, new mechanisms and approaches were implemented, both of an organizational and functional nature. Just for this project to happen, to introduce big interstate projects between countries, we require the comprehensive involvement of all the participants. To make these projects happen, we defined the key stakeholders, first and foremost, the national clients and coordinators. These are the responsible authorities, state authorities that supervise over the implementation of the projects on their national territories. The Eurasian Economic Commission was in charge of coordinating the whole life cycle, the lifeline of all the projects to address all technical and organizational matters. So this project involved the distributed architecture, and our project involved the 5 existing systems in terms of employability and recruitment of people, which brings together the best practices of all 5 countries. The practical and technical implementation of this project was carried out by the consortium, whose activity will be shared by my co-reporter. He's the coordinator of the consortium, Moiseev Ilya Vячеславович. Ilya, please, the floor is yours. Could you share us more?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the provided opportunity to speak up. And I'm just going to proceed because we have concluded the social agreement with 5 organizations, and where we were acting as the operator of the national system of the project, and we are the coordinator of the consortium. First of all, I would love to thank our partners for the fruitful and productive work, and for this Information Technological Center, NORC of the Armenian Republic, and also this Information Technological Center under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection of the Belarusian Republic, and also Kazakhstan, the Ministry of the Center of Migration of the Kyrgyz Republic. Also would love to thank all the colleagues. It was a pleasure to work with you, cooperate with you. Within the framework of interaction with the system, information system, and national operators, we were able to align and to align up our work between the following systems. Let's just know, I would love to highlight the whole system. So this, first of all, let's start. This is the Armenian Republic. It's being replenished all the time by new by resumes, and just like the national. Here you can see the Belarusian Republic. So the electronic labor market in Kazakhstan, where we have got more than 60,000 resumes and more than 50,000 vacancies. The Kyrgyz, so the employment sector, where there are more than 500 users, more than 2,000 vacancies are available. So yeah, we can see the rational system. So we can see the system of vacancies, where we have got more than 3 million resumes and more than 3,000 vacancies. So all the citizens and all the employers and all the people who applicants, so they have got a chance to apply in all the 5 countries. So at the moment the base is being replenished and renewed. More than 6,000 vacancies and more than 3 billion resumes are coming. So next slide, please. So you can see that here the principles of implementation of the project. So how we were trying to implement the system. First of all, I would love to highlight that and to reiterate the physical transition of information which is available in the digital database. On this informational system, when we transfer the information to another system, it is done on the digital format. So we can have this search system is involved. We do utilize browser, and it is not being stored on either of the servers. So we try to keep and to maintain informational principal sovereignty within the framework of this project. So what we do statistically, so when we have, you see these applicants, and when we do to analyze our errors or mistakes in our work, so the users can very briefly and very promptly just send their resume and get the result in terms of searching and finding. And automatically the information will be provided to the applicant about the vacancies, and they find it's important, but this information will not be saved in other system. So it is available only for the employee for a certain period of time. So if you can show the next slide. So when we implement the project with our coworkers from our partner organizations of our consortium, we carried out a lot of work for creating this search system. So together, in partnership with our co-workers and our company, we just used reference books and tried to find vacancies in our information systems. We shaped unified analytical requirements for interaction of these systems on the MPA system, for implementing this or selecting this information or storage this information at the national systems. We also we made national reference information, reference books. So that was done within the framework of implementation of the pro software. So, and it is quite natural that in partnership with our partners, our co-workers, we developed an interface and we approved it with all the participants and stakeholders of the project. And just for implementing the project, we created also the software. And also just all of us, or the consortium, carried out an integrational work wherein we provided an interaction of with the national informational system. After authorization of any information systems of the member countries of ES, only authorized users can utilize this system and will have access to this information in the database or to the search of vacancies in all the countries. So, and with this, so you can see what interface would look like. So we can see here, we can utilize different types of filters which will help in any region, in any country, to find the required resume, or just not to find the vacancy, just to find an applicable work. And it's quite obvious that we would love to look, maybe to glance at the interface closer, but it looks friendly, and there will be such an opportunity. There will be video available, and it will be available for the participants of the forum. But thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate your just know the chance. Yeah, thank you very much, Ilya. We have prepared a video which is narrating about the work which has been carried out, and I'm sure that there will be a chance to upload it and just now to review it. I'm sure this in detail describes all the functionality of the system. So when we launched the project, we have also ratified and approved the passport, which was registered, where we registered all the main indicators and parameters of the productivity of the project. So based on the result of the outcome of the year, we are supposed to reach the following indices. So the number of users of the system, and the number of feedback about the vacancies, not less than 100, the number of applications within the system, 1 million, and the number of invitations exceeding 10,000. With the Eurasian Economic Council, in partnership with the government members, they will apply a lot of effort next year to make sure that they can reach these performance indicators that have been initially emphasized or envisaged. So we would love to carry out the following monitoring, and all the work that within the framework of this project will be completed by the year 2020. And in the
Система будет запущена в промышленную эксплуатацию во всех государствах-членах. Надо сказать, что
So we would like to know that despite the fact that in 2020 there were many interrelated matters and issues that happened due to pandemic, our project was meeting all the timelines, time frames in the passport, and the That's why we would like to thank on behalf of our Eurasian Economic Committee and the national clients and coordinators that assisted us in implementing the monitoring and control. That's why we also like to thank the representatives of our consortium. This 2020 year they have the additional scope of work due to pandemic, but despite this fact, all the works were performed in a good time and in a good faith. So in the coming future, the Eurasian Economic Committee, together with the member states, plan to continue this digital agenda, to pursue this digital agenda, and we propose to start the discussions and harmonization, and we want to start implementing digital services to create the full-fledged system to ensure employability so that our citizens and our members who could get the full range of services that are needed to get employed in a remote way just in advance before they leave their country. Thank you. Thank you, Ainur Kamrandinovna. As a matter of fact, a great job has been done. I'd like to thank all the parties, all the stakeholders of this project. And now we would like to move to the presentation of the other project. This is the digital regulation within EAEU. Together with the technical regulation unit, and the initiator was the Research Institute of International Trade and Integration. Just for us not to repeat the same ideas, not to talk on the same lines, there will be another speaker who will talk about the purposes and goals of these projects. And let me introduce Murashev Timur Mirbulakovich, the technical department regulator, the head of this department of the Eurasian Economic Union. Please, the floor is yours. Dear participants of the panel section, I'd like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to present this digital initiative. The idea of technical regulation was submitted to the Commission in October 2019. The project was discussed within the digital agenda, within the framework of all the authorities. There were so many details, there were so many meticulous and minutious work, but on 6 January 2021, this project was approved at the meeting of the Eurasian Committee and is now ready for the approval. It happened just in time when it is particularly important in terms of implementation of digital technologies and main processes. It's most important thing that the project was implemented within the agreement of the Eurasian economic integration and the digital agenda of the Union. Within the framework, there was a key goal. This goal is to optimize the technical regulation within the Eurasian Economic Union. So we expect to have the possibility of displaying the data to technical regulation facilities and objects, as well as the digital services to ensure the engineering, designing, as well as the introduction of the products to the market. It also provides for the single process of regulating these projects within the line in harmony with other documents that would ensure the free access of concentrated, free and reliable information. The project itself provides for the technical regulation services. There are 3 of them. The first one is the technical regulations and standards to be implemented as readable by machines and humans, as well as in compliance with the requirements set by the EAEU. These three services will be mentioned later on. And this project will be provided to the stakeholders on a gratuitous level. When it comes to the designing, engineering, and manufacturing, as well as the export and import, provides for the flexible infrastructure based on three systems that represent the core of the national system, which will have the subsystems that are connected from outside, as well as the plug-in services that can be provided on a payable phase. Yes. And within the expansion of the connected services, interconnected services, and the connected participants, these tools cannot be implemented within the integrated information system of the Union. That's why this project is self-sufficient, and it integrates with the systems of the Eurasian Economic Union, and the data which are available today based on the interoperability, they will be used within the digital project. The project does not provide for the development of national services and regulation of the national operators in terms of regulation. That's why this product is a standalone product. I'd like to tell you more about each of them. First is the service of technical regulations. Now the implementation provides for the exchange of information in readable format, and that's why the elaboration of every regulation takes time. It takes time and labor intensity. Within these servers, it is provided to create the digital environment. There is so-called digital cabinet, digital office with an access of all the stakeholders and interested parties. Within this office, there will be the organization of the process and harmonization of all the regulations. The next service is the creation of the services and products. So today one of the key goals is to understand which regulations are applicable to this or that product. For example, during the pandemic there were so many issues raised. For example, to what regulation do the tissue masks fall. That's why when these data are formed in digital format, this allows not just to understand what technical requirement this or that product responds, but to define the certification bodies that can do this job for regulating. This next service is interlinked with the previous one and provides for the digitalization of all the information in a technically readable format. All the aforementioned services will be provided to the users gratuitously. So the main participants of the project is the Commission, Task Force, the Consortium, and the operators of the national services. Eurasian Economic Committee, represented by the board or the council, provides for monitoring and acceptance of results. The coordinating group provides for the harmonization and monitoring of documents. To provide for effective implementation, there will be the Commission of Initiatives, authorized bodies, and member states of the Union. The consortium represents the unification of the members and states without legal entity based on the consortium agreement. It's really important that it would incorporate all the representatives of the member states. Consortium provides for the software as well as the content to be used. The the project is planned to be implemented in 5 phases, which are set in upper and lower level and will be implemented until 2023. The first phase will provide the expansion of the main scope of work, which provides for the elaboration of the terms of reference and specifications. It's really important that the participants of all states would be engaged in this activity. There will be a software developed and all digital services. The third phase activity is to fill in the developed systems with the pre-tested and pre-elaborated content. And the fifth phase is the verification of the system and testing of the systems with the prototype in a contour phase. All these stages that you can see on the slide represents a large-scale work behind. There are 43 regulations are already in place, and there are 12,000 standards. And just imagine the whole big amount of data should be digitalized, which requires a great contribution of all the stakeholders and stake parties of the project. When it comes to the KPI of the projects, you can see them on the slide. I wouldn't dwell on them that much, but as we develop the initiative, we prepared the unbiased consequences if the project fails. The key beneficiaries of the project, our exporters, will fail to get advantages and benefits if there is no digital format, and participants of the market will incur costs for the obligatory requirements of the products, and they will also encounter all the complications when they try to submit the products on an external level. Instead of one system, many systems will complicate the processes of getting information in terms of technical regulations. Another thing I want to mention that the project itself would allow to avoid such a problem as technical barriers of mutual trades within the Eurasian Union, because this is the goal we want to establish. This would allow us to get rid of the problem. The flexibility of architectural solution provides for good opportunities to address relevant issues. These are the main areas the project can be well developed. The only thing I'd like to note is that the system can be the basis for the system quality of the Eurasian Economic Union, and we provide for the integration up to 2025. This project would allow to be used in technical regulations and digital integration, not just in converting the documents to technically readable format, but here we can ensure that the compliance, standardization, and the unification of measurement units and supervision, everything can be converted in a e-format. At the end, I'd like to tell you that the involvement of all the countries is really important. If the project will be approved at the meeting this year, will be really important, because this year we will elaborate the terms of reference for the projects that would provide all the processes according to which the work of the Union in terms of technical regulations will start. And thank you very much. Thank you very much, Timur Bekbolatovich. Colleagues, we are running out of time. Unfortunately, the rest time we have will not be enough for us to talk about the initiatives and the projects which are being collaborated with state members and the Commission itself. But I'd like to note that over the past 4 years, since these heads of the states initiated the agenda, the office as well as the state members and our sectorial departments, we demonstrated the technical regulation. Since then, we have estimated and elaborated more than 80 initiatives from our member states, and along with the review of these projects, so we have this something to demonstrate you, and we can suggest that based on this project work without borders, we managed to establish mechanisms of project implementation, and we want these mechanisms to be improved. And in the first part of this session, there was a criticism of the parties, like we are delaying, like we are falling behind, and every single step of our project's harmonization is that much transparent, that every step is being coordinated with the stakeholders, with the business community members, with others, and the time is passing by. And the adopted strategy of the Union provides for the modernization, upgrading, and improvement of our existing mechanisms and the digital agenda itself. So that's why we are going to move on in that direction, in that area. And the ones who were watching us online, I want you also to be active, to submit your proposals to the Digital Initiative website. You can use Digital Agenda website. You can submit your proposal to the government website, and the representative of our member states can always send us an application, a request, or a proposal. I'd like to thank again the organizers for this opportunity to share our developments in digitalization from behalf of our union. Thank you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG Первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City – концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня? Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это
Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город.
We can't hear you. Поскольку исключительно спикеры сегодня собрались, у нас задача сегодня осветить тему венчурного капитала в Казахстане. Трудно недооценить, насколько важно развитие этого кластера инфраструктуры венчурного финансирования в Казахстане. Мы обсудим, какие инструменты есть, какие механизмы, что делается со стороны квазигосударственного сектора, со стороны государства. Обсудим налоговый режим, затронем юридические аспекты развития. Ну и обязательно выслушаем мнение реального сектора, то есть реальных инвесторов, которые имеют опыт работы не только в Казахстане, но и в Центральной Азии, и поделиться своим опытом. Without further ado, I want to introduce our first speaker, Joel Benjamin, who is a managing partner at Kinstellar. С нами также будет осветить налоговую часть тематики Инна Алхимова, это партнер-руководитель налоговой и юридической практики KPMG в Казахстане. С нами один из активных участников развития венчурного финансирования в Казахстане Руслан Рахымбай, директор по инвестициям Quest Ventures. Также Ильяс Аспанов, председатель правления Казноваtions. Павел Коктышев, заместитель председателя правления АО «Национальный информакоммуникационный холдинг ЗИРДЕ». Павел стоит у самых истоков развития не только стартапов, но и венчурного финансирования. Также с нами Киан Занди, who is Head of Investment Development at Stargion Capital. С нами Бигжан Мутанов, заместитель председателя правления финтех-хаба МФЦА, одного из ключевых органов, который развивает венчурное финансирование в Казахстане. Арслан Кудьяр, председатель правления Venture Rocket Евразия. Сегодня мы услышим новые вводные и новые инициативы в развитии венчурного финансирования в Казахстане, который презентует новый проект совместно с Асаф Иосифом, который является председателем правления Titanium Tech. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give a word to Joel Benjamin, who will be speaking on, who will try to put some light on the legal aspects of venture capital in Kazakhstan. Joel, the first question will be, how does it really work in Kazakhstan in terms of regulation? Can you put some insights on how can venture deals be structured in Kazakhstan? What are the legal issues which are important for not just for startups but the general companies interested in attracting venture capital? What are the legal frameworks might be needed in Kazakhstan, to know in Kazakhstan, and possibly what are the window-specific features of structured transactions within the AFC legal framework? Joe, thank you. Joel, is Joel with us?
Unfortunately, we can't hear Amir Khan.
Joel, are you with us? Joel?
Okay.
Joel?
Hi. Okay, now I can hear somebody. Is that Amir Khan?
Yes,
Hello?
Joel, I just introduced you, and the same question, if I will repeat that, how can venture deals be structured in Kazakhstan? If you could put some light on the question,
sure.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Let me start by saying, you know, I've been in Kazakhstan a long time, but before I came to Kazakhstan, I started my career in Silicon Valley, where I worked at the leading law firm dealing with startups, venture capital. We worked on companies like Apple and Netscape back in the 80s. And I continued to work in that sector into, you know, pretty much up until the time I came to Kazakhstan. And if you look at venture capital financing, I mean, where is the most successful place in the world for it? It's clearly the United States, particularly it's notably California, Silicon Valley, and there's a reason for that. It's because the way companies are structured allowed for it, which has not been the case in many countries, Europe and elsewhere, and Kazakhstan, of course, as well. Which is why the AFC is sort of so important. And I know we've done a guide to venture capital together with the AFC that they're publishing, which may be useful to anybody who's thinking about this. Venture deals really are, you know, it depends what people mean when they're talking about venture capital and venture capital financing. But what is typically, I think, thought of, and there may be a difference between Europe and the US, is sort of relatively early stage financing. True early stage financing, seed financing, is usually not venture capital financing. People get that money at the very early stages from either going to their credit cards, asking friends and family, sometimes getting support from corporations or the government. It's once they've sort of established their idea and they're starting to actually develop that you see most venture financing. And typically, that's things where company, venture capital funds, and it may not just be venture capital funds, but the majority of that financing comes from funds that actually, this is their niche. They focus on it and they know what they want to do and what kind of returns they expect. That comes through what we would see as various series of financing. So earlier on, you may do a Series A financing. And what this means is typically it's an equity financing. And it involves the investors at this point will find a company where the founders have typically common shares, and they will invest by buying what are called preferred shares. Usually these are convertible preferred shares of stock that give them certain basically rights, preferences, and privileges. And one reason, the AFC is really important is because it's actually much more flexible than the situation in Kazakhstan, where you have joint stock companies and there's really only two types of shares you can have, preferred and common. You can't really, and it's explicit as to what you can do, and you can't do anything that other than what is permitted by the joint stock company law. The AFC is the other way around. It has a number of different forms, and it's pretty flexible. So you can create different classes of shares. So you can have a Series A shares where the investors come in, let's say the first venture capital investors, and they'll buy in at a certain valuation, meaning a certain price. Typically, they'll get rights to convert into common according to a certain formula, which is important for the time when the company may ultimately want to go to the public markets. And that's where the venture investor will realize its value. They may also negotiate other benefits, such as the right to sit on the board. And in fact, that's important because venture capital investors typically are not just silent investors, but they're there to help guide the company as it develops. And what you'll see is, I saw this years ago, and you still see it. Companies will get financing at different stages, and they continue to take venture financing often until their product's truly developed and out to the market, because it's a fairly expensive form of financing in that you give up equity, but it doesn't require the company having to pay any interest or anything. So what may happen is Series A financing may be at one valuation, Series B financing, Series C, Series D. I've seen them go into, do 10, 12, 13, 14, whatever, different levels of financing. And they gain quite a large amount of money as they're developing a product. So, and the valuation differs, and some of the rights differ over time. And that's critical to being able to continue to raise funding until the company's in a position where it can either start to generate revenues, or it can obtain bank financing, which, if it's got a revenue stream, may be actually cheaper. And one of the things you find is sometimes the entrepreneurs are reluctant to give up control of the company. And that's where tension comes, because they're going to have to give up some rights in terms of board seats. They're going to have to give up some level of the percentage of equity they hold. And there's two different mentalities. There's people who say, I'd rather own 1% of $1 billion company, and those who would rather own 100% of $1 million company. So you know, it can be very important. I think you have to decide whether this is something that makes sense.
Well, Joel,
Another thing, venture. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Ahmad.
Yes, Joel. Well, I guess we kind of running on the time limit. Well, this is
okay.
Yes, if you don't mind, I mean, it's very insightful notes and plus on what's happening in Kazakhstan from the legal perspective, and I would like to pass on to the next subject, which we definitely need to cover, is tax and regulation, tax related regulation in Kazakhstan, and I'm giving the stage to Inna Alhimova, who is a partner at KPMG. Inna.
Добрый день. Добрый день, коллеги. Меня видно, слышно?
Can you hear me? Ага, да, давай.
Как меня видно, слышно, коллеги?
Все отлично.
Все отлично, да, добрый день. Спасибо.
Напоминаю,
да.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Can you see me well? Thank you very much for posing this question. Let's start with the fact that the investment of any kind is to obtain more revenues, and where there are revenues, there are taxes. And venture investing is the investment on the early business phase, which is designed to increase the value and increase the revenue. That's why it's really important what taxes you pay when you exceed the venture project. And I'd like to just in a nutshell to structure the venture investment in Kazakhstan using the EAEU facilities and financing. There are two matters: the taxation of the revenues and the Kazakh investors when the venture projects
это 20%, для иностранного инвестора, например, фонда. Стандартная ставка на прибыль при выходе из казахстанского проекта 15%. С одной стороны, по сравнению с другими странами, ставки налога относительно низкие, но и эти налоги можно существенно снизить.
Not so high, and they can be reduced. And another thing is the losses. Venture financing is associated with high risks. So I mean, along with the successful projects, there are some startups that can lead to the losses of investors. Our tax legislation does not provide to decrease these losses, and the revenues for these projects will be fully taxable. How these problems can be addressed in Kazakhstan? The only way of doing it is the EAEU jurisdiction. The tax regulation of EAEU provides for the release from the taxes, and these taxes are applicable to a number of projects. Mainly, this is the finance sphere. The revenues of financial fund on the managing company of an investment fund are not taxable. If foundation at the same time incur losses from the venture projects, it does not affect the tax burden because the taxes will not be paid. And when it comes to the founders of such a foundation, when the foundation participant divides shares, these taxes are not spread in Kazakhstan. And if they decide to share capital gain, this gain is not taxable. These benefits are applicable for foreign investors, for legal entities, and such benefits which are in EAEU on the constitutional law, which are valid until 2066. So that's why we shouldn't be concerned like this regime will be changed very soon. When it comes to the investments for venture fund, a Kazakhstani company pays 20% of the tax, and if the company is an IT driven, it's better that you address to Astana hub where there is tax preferences for revenues. If the startup is open in the financial sphere, it is a fintech solution, then AIFC can be an option. AIFC provides for the benefits for other taxes, for example, the VIT, and here we didn't talk about the stock exchange, Astana stock exchange, where the benefits are provided. And summarizing my speech, through AIFC we can build from the taxation point of view a good structure for taxes by reducing their burden to zero. You can add the English law on top of it, and we can see that AIFC is becoming a serious and real life alternative for other as compared to other jurisdictions popular among venture investors. So when it comes to the additional information on the tax redemption, on the tax benefits for venture capitals, that was issued together with KPMG and AIFC. In this brochure, in this leaflet, you can find the examples of ready structures that can be used for venture structuring, and this leaflet will be available to everyone in a soft copy. Thank you very much. I'd like to wish everyone a great success and good luck. And the next floor, because we are a little bit late from our time frame, I propose that we dwell on the detailed issues and to concentrate on it more. And the next floor I'd like to give to Ruslan Erhimbayev, who will share with us his practical experience in venture financing in Kazakhstan, and we'll explore the results of a digital accelerator in Kazakhstan. I'd like to tell you that we are a little bit behind of our agenda, and if you are brief, then we would be really grateful for that.
Руслан, звук не включен, не слышно.
Ruslan, your mic is off. You are muted. Okay, I apologize for that. Dear colleagues, I'd like to share with you our venture story. We are young. On March 6, 2020, we signed the contract with Byterek, his affiliate Kazakh Venture, to create a cost venture Asia. The total value is 50 million USD, and Byterek was the anchor investor with 10 billion USD. And our mandate is that we are creating this fund for 3 years for financing perspective startup projects in Kazakhstan, Central Asia. Within our Cooperation Asia Pantom, we have the acceleration program, which is called Kazakhstan Digital Accelerator. This is the first startup accelerator of a world-class I mean, we are global, and we have a broad network of mentors, investors, etc. from East Asia and ourselves. We are in Nur Sultan. The goals of our acceleration program is to set up the digitalization of technological countries that can exceed the South Pacific Asia. Kazakhstan is considered as a platform, as a testing platform where we can be engaged in the projects so that their viability and business model would be reliable and to exceed Asia-Pacific countries. Our program is designed for 3 years and will be valid until 2023. The first stream of 10 startups already issued. We co-financed 50,000 USD for an equity of the companies, and we allow them to enter and exceed new markets and get to know new investors. For so that they would attract new investments and grow faster. in a more developing market. So this is just in a nutshell of what we are doing. We are like Cost Ventures. We are always happy to welcome all the players in the market. We build rather the partnership and business relations with all the players, either accelerators or clients of business angels, private investors and other institutional investors. And Kazakhstan investment system is just in a conception phase. It is starting to grow, and it will give us a boost and will become a good support, a good foundation for Kazakhstan to be a hub for startup development, accessing new markets.
И желаем только успехов начинанию в области идей.
I think that these ideas will be implemented. And now I'd like to give a floor to Ilyas Ospanov, Kaz Innovations chairman of the board, Ilyas Ospanov. So I have the question to you, given the fact that your organization distributes the grants, and this is an important aspect of states' participation in terms of startups, development of technological ideas, I would like you to outline the peculiarities of application submissions. So what applicants should keep in mind to pass successfully this?
Амирхан, спасибо за вопрос. Меня слышно? Проверочка.
Слышно, да.
Ну, ответ очень короткий. На самом деле мы ничего
So I'll be brief. We don't invent something incredible. We just follow the venture procedures, and all our actions are based on our goals. We are well aware that we have Kazakhstani innovations in our history, and this monitoring should be consisting of two things: the critical mass of the project, so that would bring good investors. But there is another fact that venture investments here in Kazakhstan, they are aimed at further phases rather than the early phases, but for advanced phases. But given that the government understands this gap, it tries to cover this gap, and that's why we are providing the subsidies, the grants. This is what we are focused on, and our subsidy story started from the scientific grants, but we understand the necessity to develop venture grants. We have reviewed, revised the tools, and now we using venture project assessment. There is nothing new, but we need to understand what profits, what benefits a project has. One of our grant beneficiaries' problems is that they are too much concentrated on their technologies, but not on the problems they are addressing. So from this prism, there are many issues, and we will have the separate sessions. We are about the transparent policy so that our subsidy beneficiaries would be able to sell their products. This is when it comes to venture financing. As far as you know, if you know how venture financing works, then you will not have any problems. And now I'd like to give a floor to our next speaker. Deputy Chairman of the Board of Zero Day Holding, Pavel Kortyshev. He worked in different positions. He has been engaging in this work for a long time, and let us listen to Zero Day's report of what Zero Day is doing in this area. Thank you very much, Amir Khan. I think that this is a very important topic and very timely. I'd like to thank IFC for organizing this session. Yes, we are doing a lot. We support our affiliates. Hello, Ilyas. I'd like to wish you every success in your work. Of course, the market needs the liquidity in any kind. Some classics of conventional economy and the involvement of the state in this undertaking suppose many questions. There is a unchanging positions of many startups and investors that government money is toxic money, and if such facts are referred to by the colleagues in Silicon Valley, they mean money of the US authorities, and when they come to our part of the world, they suggest that this money provides for bigger risks. So let us be clear to ourselves. 70% of the country's economy, as well as the largest neighboring economies and the economy of the Russian Federation, more than the half of GDP are represented by quasi-state and state enterprises, and venture environment has its own pattern. I mean that these processes are supported by the industrial sector. So large, big results are not mentioned here. In Kazakhstan, particularly when we take Zirde holding as an example, as a progressive holding, ambitious holding, we want to have a story of a new format institution that is working in the share financing of funds, equity participation. When it comes to the corporate development, we need to refer to a number of tools, including crowdfunding, crowdsourcing, and this is not about a national level, but at a corporate level, at the level of our particular holding. That's why I fully support the simple idea that if we are referring to the country's plans for exportation and investments, these are the plans of particular campaigns. These are the sums of particular investments. That's it. The most important thing in here, colleagues, that we refer to the fact that if the quasi-state company sector do not assume responsibility for commercialization, then it's really a challenge to imagine any market process. Yeah, I can say that Zerde is actively moving in this way, is actively taking this journey. We are trying to review some projects through the investment committees. Our shareholders, our investors are working to establish a venture holding, and this is an important signal to the market that not Byterek only, not Zerde only, but other parts of our economics should be involved in this struggling, in this story. There are good business partners and there are good stakeholders. I'm talking on behalf of, on my capacity of an observer of all these changes. And now we are facing the times when the quantity is converted to the quality, and the investors community should only follow this trend. Thank you very much, Pavel. We will keep on taking taps on the progress, and you mentioned the fact of toxicity of state funds. And the next floor,
someone who represents the real sector, someone who has a practical side of investing in Central Asia and Kazakhstan. The next word goes to Kian Zaidi. Kian, if you could tell us about your experience of investing in Central Asia. What are the pros and cons? Have you faced any difficulties, or was it a smooth experience? If you could put some light on this, on your experience, would be really appreciate that. And also, I would like to remind you the time limit we have. Thank you, Kian. The word is yours.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much. Just to take a step back and cover exactly what it is that we do. So we're a London-based venture firm focused on investing in technology companies in frontier countries. In the middle of last year, we actually launched a fund dedicated to investing in Central Asia, predominantly Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And in the past 6 months, we've deployed roughly about $15 million in 6 different opportunities. The most recent one actually being a Kazakh company, Smart Satu, in the Series A round. In terms of the way we see the opportunity set, effectively, if you look at the digital infrastructure and the ecosystem that is required for one to be able to develop venture-type businesses, you effectively have it all there in Kazakhstan. That is, you have availability of bandwidth, you have relatively high smartphone internet penetration, you have incubators, you have government support, and the most important thing is you've actually had an exit in the sense of Kaspi. So there is a path for companies to follow and an infrastructure for them to build on. The way we see the lay of the land at the moment in terms of the companies that are operating, they're predominantly from C to Series A. So effectively, our job as investors is to underwrite that risk, the early stage risk, until the business becomes normalized such that international investors can start to really look at it. And our responsibility as investors is to be able to work with that company from a range of different aspects, whether it's governance, the way they report data, their structure, that the business is ready so that then when it gets to a point that they've established, we can then help them to bring kind of later stage financing, which at the moment in the country is lacking. So that's really where we see our role, is to find opportunities where they're solving a really acute pain point in the economy, building a niche around that, building an ecosystem around that. When I say ecosystem, what I see is there's fintech everywhere. So if you're a SaaS company operating in a certain space, you see that you can finance your merchants. Similar in e-commerce, whether it's B2B or B2C. And our job is really to help those companies develop, both in terms of their operations and then the later stage to bring on financing to help them grow. Now I'll stop there, but if there's any further questions, more than happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Kiani. It's very insightful, helpful. It was very helpful and useful. Thank you, Kiani. And the next. Следующее слово я хотел бы передать.
On the next floor, I'd like to pass to the representative of the International Financial Center, Astana, and Bigjan Murtanov is the speaker, is the deputy chairman of the AIFC. This is the key body that develops not only the regulations, but also functions as the acceleration center, not only on the territory of the Central Asia, but in the region. Please, Baljan, be respective to the time limit. Could you please tell us of what is being done in the development, not of the venture financing, but what are the alternative ways of attracting investments within the Astana International Finance Centers and FinTech Hub? Colleagues, good afternoon. It have already been said that AIFC has favorable conditions, and in addition to the use of English law,
definitely, and will give us a chance to interact in the familiar language and to make the common language. It will definitely expedite the process, and in fact, there are two trends. The first one is just now the first is the business development. The first is the cognitive. So when we started research, we tried to set up a number of regulations that will enable all the stakeholders. So first of all, to fund their own projects or their own projects. First of all, we have got regulation of this participation of other companies that are when they pursue their own purposes, when they can attract different types of resources and other players of the market. So there is also a regulation of this co-funding. There are very good cases where we have got good examples of companies that are quite successful, and there is certain growth was noticed, and at the moment they have got they received more than $1.5 billion so they were they're generating revenues, and the players, they have got very good results and very positive accomplishments, and both they have also involved private persons in the business, and we have got accredited investors, private investors, and multinational. When, for example, the company is may pass KOC, they can see their sustainability and their viability, and just participate in other, get involved in the activities of other companies, the accredited that are already more than $100,000, they can invest for the implementation of projects, and there would be no questions arising. So whether they would be able, whether they realize the risks and where they're going to invest money. But for private investors, the wages, the salaries can be less than a certain amount of money. For them, there will be certain. So due to the regulations, they will have to. It is important to make sure that they realize the risks. So there are different tools and mechanisms, and that have been launched by a finance center. So there are certain risks, for example, and when, for example, there is a private restaurant has started its operation, and we started from $10. They can buy, for example, notes or securities. So you can definitely find this information in the internet. So the jurisdiction is already prepared, which is capable to accept or to have different players involved. And so, as Ruslan has mentioned, that so we have structured more than 10 deals for the Kazakhstan Accelerator platform, more than $500,000. So we just know we carried out, for example, one of the businessmen carried out more than 13 deals on the platform. All the startup projects that were involved on this accelerator were registered on our site. And so when we talk about the co-funding, we talk about that more than $1.5 billion. There are different frameworks for venture capital, and we want to make sure that people can feel comfortable and don't feel lost. Thank you very much, Birjan. And now we can proceed. I would love to pass the floor to our speakers.
Arslan
Gudyar, Chairman of the Board, Venture Rocket Eurasia, and your co-worker
from Titanium Tech,
the
guys will be speaking on
he will be speaking about
project which they
what's
the initiative and do some presentation on the subject. Arslan, Astaf, the floor is yours. Thank you.
On the forum, the ideas on the further development of venture investment capital here in Kazakhstan and new tools and tools for support. We want to prepare this idea for our project. It's a joint new project and the InterHub. So, and the project implies the creation of the platform to get this funding and for the technological startup projects with the venture studio. The main purpose is to improve startup ecosystem and to also to facilitate the creation, promotion of the venture capital among personal investors, and to increase the number of those investors who will be interested in making investments. So we created all the prerequisites and conditions for such platform, and as it was mentioned before, the rest of the investments, we can see the growth of the number of startup projects. So there is a big interest of limited funds in the region, and also there's a positive tendency in the ecosystem. You know that Nur-Sultan city has become a dynamical developer environment, and so this system, the post-Soviet system, is stimulating and contributing a lot to the development of that city and for the launch of startup projects. So we hope that our platform will grow together with the industry. Also, the detailed will be narrated by our co-worker, by Asar. Не слышно. Не слышно, не слышно.
Став, насколько я вижу, он не с нами.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Арслан,
не слышно микрофон.
Пока ждем Арслана.
Микрофон.
Более детально по платформе, если получится рассказать.
Не слышно, не слышно.
Основная ее суть.
Микрофон.
Я так полагаю, что будет презентация.
The channel is not working.
Все-таки за продукт новой платформы.
Да, и как я сказал, это то есть продукт.
The channel is not working.
Платформы, некой платформы, которая бы оцифровала бы венчурную экосистему с региона, то есть мы добавили всех игроков туда, стартапов.
Не работает.
И так как
Говорите.
позволяет социально.
Вы его не слышите?
Не только как фандрайзинг, но и как...
Нету, Тёма. Где-то...
Of startup ecosystem, and we have our own venture studio that we are building and growing startups. Securer is our digital tokenization platform, which is also one of our main businesses. Next slide, please. Okay, so you can see here the different numbers about what we are doing, where we established in 2014. We are running 5 offices and above 110 people. Yeah, so next slide, please. Okay, so where I would like to focus today is around the relationship and what we built in the last 3 to 4 months together with AIFC. So starting with what we are bringing and what our focus with Venture Rocket. Venture Rocket is basically a premium network which we are running on different type of location in the world. We are having activities in Europe, we are having activity in Asia, in the States and the Middle East. And the idea is the following: we are providing a platform where which building an ecosystems When I'm talking about ecosystem, it means like we are targeting accelerators, family offices, and we give them a tool to onboard their startup, their investors, their mentors, and what we are doing on top of that is to bridge those type of network, and we're growing startup together with them, taking them into go-to-market, and being hands-on around the different activities. Next slide, please. Yeah, so you can see here our spreading and the premium network that I was mentioning, and the activities is, as you can see, covering the whole globes. Currently, we are targeting early startups, but the idea is to move with them and to grow them from seed or even pre-seed stage into their round B, round C, till they become really, really mature. So so I would like now to concentrate of the great achievement we did with Arslan and with AIFC during the last 3 to 4 months, where we are and what is our main target in terms of growing. So in the last 2 months, we were incorporating together with AIFC. We built an incorporation called Venture Rocket Eurasia. And the idea is similar to our global approach. We were taking the platform and working with the regulator to make or to launch our crowdfunding platform. When I'm saying crowdfunding, the idea here is to build an ecosystem of investors, including the VCs, the business angels, regulating the platform, and then bringing the deal flow of what we call the promising startups. And the idea, as I'll show, is to grow them, is to take care of their capital needs, but not only that, also to focus together with them in terms of their goals, their go-to-market. And one of the big advantages we are bringing is also, as I mentioned, the bridge to the international markets. So, for example, if we have a local startup who is growing, is now is mature enough to, for example, target the US market or target the European market, that's something that we know how to do, not only in terms of the consultancy, but also in terms of connecting it with our global ecosystem. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'll explain a little bit the approach. The approach is a combination between the platform that I mentioned that can basically generate and provide an access between the different ecosystem. However, we put a lot of focus around selecting, scouting those startups, and doing what we call the deal matching. So as you can see here, the first initial stage to build this type of ecosystem is to scout and select for the right type of startups, mapping and onboarding the angel investors. I'm talking about the local angels investors, the VCs, the accelerators, and the partners. Once this whole ecosystem has been created, we can start do deal matching. And that means like we can see and we can learn what are the specific VC interests. We can understand what type of value the local accelerator can provide for the specific unique startups. We can, of course, select the relevant startups. And once we see that there is a validation or there is an interest, and we call it promising startup, we can move into the funding. The funding is, again, is happening on the platform itself. And that is why it was so important to regulate the platform and to be, let's say, to be aligned with the whole Kazakhstan regulation. And that's what we were dealing with right now. I'll explain a little bit about more about the Venture Studio, but the idea is the following. From the list of startups we are onboarded to the system, we always keep what we call selected startup. And these are the startups which we are focusing to grow. And when I'm saying focusing to grow, is we analyze what are their needs and we come up with the best package or the best solution grow them and to help them to go to the next step. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I can show quickly the process of scouting. At the beginning, we are searching for the right type of startup. Then we run with them a pitch. We want to see how the team goes, how the CEO is pitching his venture. Then we are getting into what we call due diligence, and the due diligence can happen from the technical, from the product, from the business side. And once we are finalizing it, we will gather an investment committee to get the all insights from the different investor, and then got the final decision if this is a startup that we would like to keep as a part of our selected startups. Next slide, please. Okay, so I would like to explain very quickly what is the venture studio activities. So as I mentioned, from the big list of startups we are onboarding to the system, we look over those promising, or as we call it, the jewelries, and those type of startups are becoming part of our venture studio, which means that we are helping them not only ourselves but also coming up with our global network in different activities that they need, which might be R&D, product, go-to-market, as well as, of course, all the benefits of FinTech Hub and NIFC around regulation, marketing. So we are actually standing behind and push them. It's not something that is limited, but it's something that is something we take care during all different stages. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the important components is the platform, and or how we call it, a lending platform. The platform is actually taking care the all activities around the ecosystem building, including onboarding investors with standard KYC AML process to make sure that everything is basically certified and regulated. When I'm talking about ecosystem, each startup, each mentor, each judge, each service provider, VC can have an access for the deal flow. So they can actually see the whole deal flow we are bringing of the startups. Not only limited for Kazakhstan, because this is something we run globally, as I mentioned. And the interesting part is, of course, being able to generate or to create a campaign, a fundraising or crowdfunding campaign, and basically make sure or basically enable what we call co-investment. And this is an important aspect to get the validation of the startups. We do have some future vision around it, and this is called the future secondary market. And this is something that is pretty hot around the globe, and I believe that together with Kazakhstan, we can in the future, once we have enough volume, to bring a real innovation in terms of regulation and in terms of attracting global startups to come to Kazakhstan, which is also one of our main goals in the project. Next slide, please. So yeah, so just to summarize, that's where we are. This is actually for us today is a milestone of the soft launch where we are presented. We already started calls with the different players like Ian, which we were talking, I think, a week or 2 weeks ago. And right now we are planning on March to run our first fundraising. So the whole team, or the whole venture group at Eurasia are working hard together. But I do want to really quickly to go about the future plan that we have. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we are running our own tokenization platform. And we believe that this might be a great opportunity to extend our solution into a different additional market, like real estate and additional assets. Secondary market means being able to negotiate and to basically enable buying shares in between the investors. We would like to see in the future on our roadmap a fund, a vehicle that will help us to invest for those jewelry startups without necessarily going and running a campaign. And one of the most, let's say, exciting things that we're doing right now around fintech and around blockchain, which is also part of our expertise, is all the field of decentralized finance. And this is a layer which provide fintech financial tools above Bitcoin and crypto that can enable a new growing market and bring it into Kazakhstan. So we are not doing with it right now, but I see a real big opportunity around this area as well. So yeah, that's basically it, what I would like to present. And again, I want to thank Arslan and the whole AFC to helping and supporting us. And for us, it's a very exciting period, and we would like, and we are wish to do some great stuff together, guys. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, Иосиф. Было очень интересно узнать о новом проекте.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to know about the new projects, and I'd like to summarize our today's panel session. I think it was a success despite the fact that this format was quite fast, but we were managed to touch upon all the finance venture and the projects in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And the most important message is that I would like to thank Joel and Ina for their work.
VC guidebook, which is by Kinstella, KPMG, and FT. It's important guidebook for those interested in VC in general, especially VC в Central Asia and Kazakhstan. Я также хочу поблагодарить наших участников Руслана Рахимбай.
I'd like to thank Rukhban Kharbai and Osman Koptashev for their insights when it comes to the local specifics of investments, of what is being done in quasi-state sector, in the state sector. And the most important thing that the state money is the toxic money, and it is well known and acknowledged that the investments which are being implemented from the Kaz Innovation and Panzer, the results are there. It was a great delightful to listen to the ideas of real participants, the ones who invest in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, Kazandi.
Sharing your experience on investing in Central Asia. I'd
like to thank I'd like to wish you every success in the market, and I also like to thank the colleagues from Astana International Finance Center, Bigjam Danf, for his insights, as well as the very useful information for International Finance Center of what is taking place in FinTech Hub in terms of alternative investment schemes. Arslan, Asaf, thank you very much for your presentation of your brand new projects. We would like to wish you every success, and we hope to hear any news about the successful projects with the good and positive results. I'd like to wish everyone every success. Thank you very much. Bye.
Спасибо. До свидания.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня? Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома? Мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
Focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году, мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город — это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города — это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня? Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности.
Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома, мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определите.
Добрый день, дамы и господа. Я рад приветствовать всех вас.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to greet all of you, the people who are in the hall and online participants. I'm glad to greet the participants of our discussion, which is dedicated to GovTech and Superservices. We have such speakers as Baghdad Musin, the Minister for Digital Development and Space Technologies, Kairat Kelimbek, Head of International Financial Center Astana, Dmitry Samartsev, the Director of Vizon, Mikhail Lamtadze, the co-founder and head of Kaspi KZ, Daniel Siu, the head or the founder of Delta Works, Anastasia Kalina, co-founder and general director of Real Estate Fund, and Tiziana Bonapace, director of ICT department and department for reducing the natural disaster decrease at the UN. Tiziana, do you hear us? We would like Tiziana is being connected to our session, so you can.
I hear you very well, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, and we can see you now. Great, fantastic, welcome, and we're glad that you were able to join us.
During our session, we will talk about the platform approach to the managing of state services, provision of the state services, the role of the citizen in the digital system, and the role of the citizen in this ecosystem, as well as the role of businesses in this area, as well as the opportunities that GovTech provides for the startups and the startup ecosystem. And we'll talk about the state digital platforms from the point of view of the international cooperation, as well as export and export potential for such solutions abroad, for moving such solutions abroad. I would like to start with Mr. Musin, because when we talk about the GovTech, there are two words, government and technologies, and your ministry is responsible for that. You mentioned several times about the state approach to the platform-based services. What are the role of the private sector in this area? And I would like to pass you the floor.
As a matter of fact, I was preparing the presentation, but given the fact that we have only 60 minutes for our discussion and there are many people with us today, so I'd like just to dwell on some things in a nutshell. So the first thing I'd like to mention is that the registration of vehicles, this is now available in an online mode when two people met each other through banking application. One can sell and the other can buy, and then re-register the vehicle to conclude a deal. No one would imagine the way it works, but today it is a reality, and 15% from people went from the public service centers. In 2 weeks, people we didn't have to explain people how it works, and people went from the public service centers and decided to use mobile apps. I called Mikhail 1 month ago. I remember when I was just assigned into the position of my execution, and his team was working hard to elaborate this app. And so what we learned from this cooperation format, Mikhail and Kaspi KZ team is client-centric. They are really important that every single button, every single service works. That's why we started to understand that if the CEO is discussing the way where every single button will be located and how long time it takes to respond to this or that service, this is the client centricity, this centricity which needs to the government, and it demonstrates that the government should act as a platform and should provide access to the databases, digitalize business processes in the back office, and the front office can be assigned to other platforms to provide services, because the business knows itself of how to establish the processes more efficient and more effective for a client just to enter the mobile app and use all these services. So the first thing was not bad. This service is quite appreciated. It was a very successful startup, and now for make these services widespread, we need to do the homework. So today we have the foundation, we have the beginning. Indeed, the government has done a lot in the e-government, but we need to acknowledge that 500 information systems have been developed segregatedly and in silo. people try to marry one system with the other, but when we have 500 information systems in one leap, we are well aware that there are companies that support these 500 information systems. So someone earn money from it and someone is living with this apps. But just to ensure this big leap, on Caspi's example, we need to come up to the platform model. What platform model means? This is when we, in order to automate any process, the same thing with AIFC, we need to KIC, know your client. The clients who want to get registered, to get signed at AIFC platform, we need to sign 150 documents to get integrated in many services. But to make this process as simple as possible, we need to have a platform where all these processes are drawn up without any additional orders or assignments. You don't have to pay anyone, just for IT companies to feel comfortable. We want this platform to develop their products on this platform. We want to create the rules of the game and the platform of the state where a clear architecture, where the database layer, when business process, where front-end layer are just inside the state, we would feel more comfortable to bring all these processes together, because there are some segregated processes that are very difficult to merge. Just the automation not to take half a year for registration of a vehicle for a car, but to make it within half a month. First we need to do is to take up a real platform model. Now we are elaborating and designing the infrastructure architecture. We will attract companies from the market, and there will be for sure the domestic companies. These domestic companies will sell their services to the state through this platform for us to establish the rules of the game, because whatever we have now, 500 information systems, one is written at foreground, one is in Pascal system, and this is like a zoo, which does not allow us to make a full-fledged, very comprehensive leap ahead. And the head of the state and the president of the Republic of Kazakhstan, this are what they request from us, because this year was proclaimed as the digitalization year, and we will reshape, or we will rebuild the digital approach in general to the construction of IT landscape of the state. This is the second message. And the third message, which Askar Pirantic with Sberbank, the fact that we are working together, this is what we need. Just to make this project happen, we need to have a quality human capital. 20,000 IT specialists that are graduated. This is just the statistics. This is just for nothing. 84 universities in Kazakhstan and the same number of colleges. Trained specialists, IT specialists in the market, 20,000 people. If 20,000 really cool IT specialists were graduated, then Kazakhstan would be unparalleled to neighboring states. But we are, lagging behind. This is just we need to not just provide the quality projects, but to provide quality services in state tech. With Mr. Karat, this was his initiative to build up so-called a platform within the IFC where rapid training, fast training will be provided just to faster adapt to code IT products, to provide software development for state tech. And the fourth message for IT market, we all understand that these 20,000 people of IT specialists, this is a wrong way of thinking, of wrong way of providing education. The grants which we have, the scholarship programs, the fellowship programs for IT specialists will be slightly shifted to private IT school. We have Quant based on AIFC. There is Alim IT school based on Astana Hub. Nicole 42 is being established. Arman Suleimanov is with us today. He's in Kazakhstan. He's trying to drive this topic, but they don't provide diplomas. But diploma is a restriction, because there are not so many people who go to IT schools. That's why we want this grant subsidy money to be oriented to these IT schools. We plan another 5 IT schools, but in cooperation with businesses, to be founded in regions of Kazakhstan, in Shymkent, in Pavlodar, under negotiations in Karagandas, to develop it in the regions. And this way we will have a quality human capital, and afterwards we will be able to refer to GovTech and to some other innovativeness of the Republic of Kazakhstan for such a story like Kaspi KZ to happen more. Baghdad Batrabekovich, one more question I'd like to ask you. The platforms, the IT market for a citizen, these words are complicated in understanding. So what will it mean for a given citizen in terms of getting state services? It's a good question. Human centricity is the most important message of our today's updated national project of Digital Kazakhstan that we will present soon at the Supreme Court of Economic Reforms. The most important thing in here, I started my topic with the fact that in 5 minutes, the service can be obtained. Today in eGov KZ, 500 services are already digitalized, but as a matter of fact, what has taken place indeed, if we take it in the same way like Kaspi did with vehicles re-registration, there are so many nuances where you have to reshape the business processes from scratch. So today there is an idea like digital literacy. You know, there are some messages from the state like digital illiteracy does not allow people to use electronic government. So if people use banking apps or Facebook apps, they are digitally literal people, you know. So that's why we are referring to the fact that we need to reshape or redesign eGov.kz, but not ourselves, but to restructure the business. There is Oak Auto app, which was based on the fines database, on the penalties database. This app was well designed that informs people on the car fines, vehicle fines. These services will provide quality services which will reflect on the quality of every human's life. When it comes to super services, my colleagues will continue on this topic, but when it comes to full GovTech, then it works this way. Mr. Baghdad, you mentioned a very... You've just mentioned this topic from the slightly... Where this was a large-scale project which encompassed the whole digitalization of the country. There were some other programs, but Digital Kazakhstan program wants to embrace all the industries and interaction between the government and a citizen. So, but from the beginning of this year, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan addressed in the message that Kazakhstan is taking now a new model where no Kazakhstan programs will be. There will be new national programs. But the question is to you, through these programs there is a national reforming. So what it really means for the country, for digitalization, what will be the national projects even today? In today's forum, people ask what will be in future.
Thank you very much for this question. I would like to continue the speech which was started by Baghdad, Mr. Musin. There are two major factors which are important for the digitalization program in Kazakhstan is the human orientation, client orientation of the all governmental services, as well as a total digitalization. Before we started the Digital Kazakhstan program, I think that, there's a lot of things have been done. The Center for Services for Population in the past and in nowadays, they play an important role in providing the services for the population. There are several trends. First of them is the impact of pandemics. And we are now aware that immediate contacts are a risk even for it was for the state. Many services, many state services and other services shall be digitalized, and the biometrics shall play an important role, as Baghdad taught. And this is not a temporary trend. The pandemic has accelerated this trend. But talking about the demographics of Kazakhstan, the big proportion are the youth among the population. So for the young people, digital area is not an option. It's something that they use daily. This is something new for the state. And before this, the Digital Kazakhstan worked. As we talked, as the Minister for Digitalization told, that each ministry built it informational system, and sometimes this informational system were not well connected between each other, and the informational interactions were ensured through the client. In order to get a certificate, one on another certificate, we shall address one ministry and bring it to another ministry. It was strange that within the government we hadn't the good communication. In Estonia, the systems are interacting between each other independently, and this is the time when the head of state shall say that the certificate shall not getting a certificate shall not be a problem. Of course. It's very important to re-engineer the business processes which are within the state. Everything, all these factors resulted that in the idea, so we shall rebuild the interaction internally and externally, the interaction within the state. And the state services shall be in a new digital form. There are 5 systems within the state, such as budgeting, state planning, state services, state services, and digitalization. All of them were developing without close cooperation. We have to consider the development in these 5 areas and ensure the one and only base for them. And the governmental services shall be simplified, and they will shall be based on the national project basis. This is the short. That should be short. And of the realization of the state policy, which can be easily measured, and the the results shall be measurable, and the timing shall be short, which shall be understandable for the state authorities and for the population. Accordingly, if the state activities shall be based on the project approach, which is it's something, it's an innovation that we brought from the corporate and business areas, and we have took the decision that in general the state and government shall use the national project office, which will be headed by the Prime Minister immediately, because this national project is the implementation of the reforms which are expected by the population. There will be a project office which will be in charge of the business re-engineering processes. We shall revise many processes in the area of governmental state services to the population, which will be and the Ministry for Digitalization shall be responsible for it, and we shall monitor the processes which are happening within the state. In addition to the separate digital systems, during this time we witnessed the technological revolution as the artificial intelligence and the big data. All of us, we started generating the huge volume of data. Before, it was difficult to imagine that we can process such data within a short period of time, and now the state shall take the decisions. Even during the pandemic, we realized this even more. How many people are sick? What group of population shall get the vaccination at certain period of time? we shall need a serious database, and this database will generate even more data, and it requires a new cloud technologies, artificial intelligence technologies, and many companies which provided the platform-based solutions, and how we can bring it to the state, to the government, how to ensure the synergy between the existing platform-based systems. As a matter of fact, the corporate sector and government, they think how to provide these services seamlessly. That's why the total digitalization is a must in the nearest future. And we have a very good fundamental reason to believe that Kazakhstan would reach another level of service provision. One example was provided by Mr. Musin, that the two ministries, Minister of Internal Affairs and another minister, so it would took like there was a popular service which was taken as a basis for such interaction. Mr. Kelimbetov, I would like to ask if the Digital Kazakhstan was one program, and if we talk about the national projects in digitalization area, it will be also a big national project, or it will be like several projects dedicated to the same topic. This topic is more for you should ask this question for me, because Mr. Kelimbetov, he knows how this project should look, and we are responsible immediately for that. The national project would be described as a Digital Kazakhstan, but it will have several directions consisting the Digital Kazakhstan, how these projects are linked between each other. One example, there's electronic project in the healthcare, and what is the KPI for this project? It's commissioning of the system, and the project cost is $20 million. Mr. Kelimbetov said this project shall be impact oriented, so the citizens shall understand what this interoperability device should provide for the population. I would like to explain each citizen of Kazakhstan shall, despite the to which outpatient clinic he or she is allocated, he can get any data about his health, the previous diagnosis can be displayed in any medical establishment. So there are 250 events in this area, and the state authorities shall formulate the project in a human language, in a simple language. So we cannot say that the interoperability device can bring for the population. It was difficult for me to understand. First, I would like to add few words. The ideology of national projects consists of three things. First of all, project approach. It's something very common for the corporate sector, which is how much it costs and for what time and what are the results. So Baghdad will ask all the ministries such question, because unfortunately very often the digitalization project in each ministry was implemented separately. So what have been done and what is done now, what is being done now, it will depend on how it is justified. How did we ensure the involvement of state-private partnership? Maybe some solutions will be quite easy. For example, if we add Kaspi services to the registration of the motor transport, so if there will be an additional order from the ministry, and it will take time, and it will be obsolete. So we need to have the feedback with the population. We shall know does the service works fast? Does it satisfy all the needs of the citizens? So the client orientation in project approach is very important. Therefore, it will be very important to know how universally this service can be implemented in Kazakhstan. So each citizen shall get the same level of services and quality, as well as the very important thing is access to internet, to the fiber optic or satellite internet. So it's very important to be connected to the platform solution which are existing in the state, including the corporate sector. I would like to add that one important thing, during a plenary session, you asked the question, including many prime minister of Uzbekistan and Belarus. They talked about the training the personnel in Belarus. There are 60,000 high-quality programmers, coders, which is important as a cluster of human capital in the Eastern Europe. That's why in Kazakhstan we shall pay attention to that factor. Nowadays, it's not a problem for the Ministry of Digitalization. It's a common problem for all of us. Therefore, we will propose the joint project because the quality human capital in IT area will influence the quality development of the solutions in technical area.
I totally agree with you. Unless there are quality specialists, so we will not be able to achieve that, because we will need the experts of new mindset. Okay, keeping on the topic of the state services, of the government services, the demand for these services is increasing. Particularly, the pandemic demonstrated that the services should be fast and convenient, and they are being reshaped in Kazakhstan. And for many times and many occasions, people refer to Kaspi. Mr. Mikhail, what Kaspi sees as the main role in this GovTech today, now, and for the future? Good afternoon, everyone. It's not convenient for me to wear tie and wear a suit. It would be better that I wore jeans. Okay. Jokes aside, when it comes to our rule, it is even more convenient to refer to the examples. And one of these examples is that our app is the most convenient, is the most appreciated in Kazakhstan, used by every second citizen. And we are using the coolest innovative technologies which allow us to deliver the services of our ecosystem to our beloved users. Given the fact that we have such a broad system and the state-of-art technologies, from our side we just refer to the fact that we are ready to provide our infrastructure, our know-how, our best practices. We believe that our team is very smart. We believe that our team is cool. It is unparalleled. This is like a team like no other in Central Asia. That's why when we refer to all these things, we say like if you need to increase taxes, for example, the tax collection, we ready to implement with the Ministry of Finance to pay taxes online, and the tax collection increased twice from physical entities, because people find it more convenient to pay taxes with the use of app without going somewhere physically, and they can use Kaspi service, for example, registration of vehicles, which was started just 2 weeks ago. Every 10th car is re-registered online, and people don't go to the public service center. It is very relevant given the current situation. All these services are free of charge, and we invest from our side. Like I already mentioned, the platforms, the users, the know-how, we share all our insights, and we make them possible together. And I'm 100% confident that the guys who work with us from their side, from the side of ministry working with us, they become more confident, and when we share our knowledge with them, we make them high qualified specialists. Meanwhile, we are training all these people, we are educating them, and we are conducting the joint project with the IFC, and we are going to train the ones who are working with us, cooperating with us. Do you have any plans working with other state authorities? I mean, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of, the Tax Authority, and maybe you have some other plans to share with us. When it comes to our business, so we don't share that much our future business plans. Unfortunately, this is like that. We don't invite many guests because we don't have enough time. And what I mean, the guests, I mean the external companies, the foreign ones and the local ones. We are concentrated on the development of our business and to bring benefit to the country. When it comes to our principles, we are ready to provide all our capabilities to make life of our citizens easier. And we believe that the technological standards, technical progress, and the innovations improve people's life and increase the life standards of the citizens. And then based on that, therefore, we believe that we are like idealists. The more there are online services we can do with the government, the more people will say us thank you, and the quality of people's life will improve. Yes, Mr. Baghdad Butterbekich, yeah, there have been many questions asked. One, we launched this re-registration of cars service in Kaspi app. People asked how much Kaspi earn. Please, Mikhail, confirm it. This is quite a seldom meeting that we are together in the media. Zero fee, zero KZT is charged because the transactions, when a human pays taxes, when a human pays state duty, even there he pays zero. Zero is everywhere. This is a magic figure. When you pay a tax or when you register a car, Kaspi does not charge a single KZT, a single tenge. This is the most important thing to stress. We didn't give anyone a monopoly for making money. We are open for any platforms. We are transparent to any discussions, and we are ready to provide quality services on our platforms. So when it comes to our future endeavors, I would say future plans, we would be really happy if other platforms would also join us. And Kaspi is that if it provides more services to the public, then we should be ready. This is us who should be ready for that, because Kaspi platform can do everything, but from back office side, not all the government authorities understand that. They are aware of it, that it should be all promoted and further actions to be taken. When we refer to the state government platform and interaction between the government platforms and private sector and corporate sector, there is a very pressing issue of information and cybersecurity. So we have Dmitry Samartsev with us of Bizon. Please, Dmitry, could you please comment on the cybersecurity and safety issues and how to address them? Thank you very much, Andrei. As a matter of fact, our company is the part of a large Sber ecosystem. We are in charge of the cybersecurity, but as we all got used to know that all the risks are digital, given in the modern world, the pandemic aggravated all these matters and impacted significantly. Andrei, you asked a question of what will happen, on how the citizens and people of the whole world will feel the digitalization. I decided to dare and prepare a small one-minute clip. This may seem topical, and we will show the perfect world, and afterwards we will discuss it. The technologies makes the life more compact and transparent. They erase boundaries. They make our lives simple. human will learn how to manage robots with cyber physical systems, and this system will make us smarter, healthier, and stronger. Human will discover new models of materials. Cities will become smarter, houses more convenient. Progress in biology and medicine will be faster. Thanks to that, the new renewable energy sources will appear. The approach to the world security with a focus on cybersecurity will appear. Cyber policies will appear. Cyberpool will be born, and cyber crimes will be reduced. Efficient digital walls will be created. States will take the ways of international cooperation, and the future will be equally distributed on the planet. The technologies will allow people to get answers to their questions more rapidly. The people will become more curious and be protected. Personal data will simplify people's life, and a human will not have to prove that he's a human. Digital ID will allow not to get worried of forgotten wallet or documents. Thanks to it, we can get timely medical care and other care. With the growth of cyber culture of the population, the humanity will be evolving, and all the jobs will be replaced with new ones. How many professions we lost since 1990? Since the 19th century, a human will not be without job. Large enterprises and companies will be able to protect people from cybersecurity. The world will become transparent because we decided to take the way of joining our efforts. So, as a matter of fact, it may look this way if the state of all the states of all the countries will become more technological. For corporate sector, as Mikhail suggested, we have no other problems to measure whether our client is happy or not. We understand the customer experience and the use of our apps. We have different metrics of customer satisfaction, etc., etc. But when we start a new service, we understand it from the very first day. When 24 hours passes, we understand that this app is favorable or not, if it was a beloved service or not. If it's not appreciated, then it will be deactivated, and the IT coders will deactivate it. Okay, of course the service will be deactivated, not the user. But unfortunately, this is not the commonplace, and this is a great challenge because corporates and digital businesses are evolving faster than the countries. That's why the utopic world, this perfect world, is not possible given the frames of the planet, but it can be possible owing to collaboration between Russia and Kazakhstan. We see that there are cool teams from both sides that are ready to make a qualitative leap ahead. So we all understand, we are all aware of how it is to be done in Kazakhstan. There are good platforms like Kaspi.kz appear in Kazakhstan, and I'm really excited that this is not the last project, and I am really looking forward to seeing the new ones, and the approach of the government of bringing stakeholders together, of putting its capabilities in a digital platform is the only way of development. Otherwise, the government will not be able to control anything, and we will have to screw, far stronger, and it will never have a positive result. So my insight is that there should be a future of collaboration, and such companies like Sber, Kaspi.kz, or no matter these digital businesses, they will come to Musin's office with a new idea faster than anyone in the ministry will bring a new idea on any technological product. As a matter of fact, businesses should not invest states' money in such services. Why? Because Mikhail really cares that his client is happy. Mikhail cares that a client spends more time in his app. That's why it's obvious that if he provides something through his platform, I mean the full range of services to a citizen of Kazakhstan, from everyday's needs until communication with the state, then the citizen of Kazakhstan will spend more time with Kaspi.kz and more time as he spends for sleeping, for example. So this is his purpose, just that demonstrates the efficiency of his company and the future's estimate of investors. That's why we as a corporate sector, we are really excited to work with the technologically conscious states. And when it comes to a human capital, this is all simple about that. There was a good idea from Mr. Kairat that to create a training center which is called Boot Camp on the platform of the AIFC. We as a Sber Group have already passed this closed doors away. Mikhail told that they don't allow for anyone. They try to keep their technologies closed and private, but Mr. Baghdad knows that anyone can knock our doors, they can come to our office, and we will show the way everything works in our digital platform. The reason why it is like that, because we really care that this platform way of thinking would be born with a bigger number of state institutions. And then state institutions will think this way, the way Mr. Baghdad, Mr. Kairat can better think. And the government of Kazakhstan think. That's why this is the future, the perfect future, in a good sense of this world will be possible. And people's training is not possible just within the institutions for the sake of diplomas. I don't really know why people should be trained for 5 years of IT skills. My son is 15 years old and he has more IT skills than my father-in-law, who spent around 10 years of studying IT services, and he has a candidate PhD degree. The young people will get trained faster, and we can educate these people. A large number of people will be educated this way. The idea of these diplomas and certificates is an open matter which is being addressed in here in the Russian Federation, in the US, but I think all together with joint efforts we will be able to address this issue efficiently. Thank you. Anastasia, we mentioned earlier the topic of the citizens' focus of citizen services. So I'd like to listen to your ideas of what trends you observe in other countries. And the second question of how to involve startup communities in here to these transformations, and if there is an opportunity for small startups, for young startups in terms of commercialization.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Actually, when listening to the other speakers said, especially when after watching the video by Sberbank, we want to try to see beyond the present time and what will happen in the future with our state services. It concerns not only the communities or like families or small institutions, but also communities like cities and international infrastructure. As it was quite correctly mentioned by Andrei, I would like to review the future trends from the viewpoint of the public management, public government. The people want to get high quality of services from the state as at the same level as from the corporate structures. So the TripAdvisors and other companies, they show an example how to work. For example, the negative reviews make us change the business approach. So it's an excellent opportunity how to change, how to improve. The trust in the state, in the government, is very important for such processes. In connection with this one, there's an excellent potential for the small regional government services, reshaping the system of the state of the public government. For example, the using PDF, papers, or electronic format documentation, document circulation system. So we are ready for digital ID creation, which will result in a tectonic shift. And another example is the voting. How we vote now is something quite primitive. Therefore, the humankind is considering such models as a voting when a person will get a certain number of points which he can share, allocate to like several like solutions or candidates, accordingly showing not only white and black or yes or no, but showing the proportion of his support for one or another decision. So such solutions will ensure a potential for tectonic changes, and we can get closer to the future that we expect, and we can shape the direction where we go, where we move. Something new. The client orientation of the processes is very important. The smart nation, it's a smart city. The terms, it means the smart citizen. And not only educated citizens who are able to get these services, but also the citizen who can participate in co-creation with the state, with the government of some of such processes. Very deliberative processes are growing now when the citizen contribute to the agenda. For example, the information examples are quite evident in as well as in our, which can be. There's a deceit in Madrid where the citizen can gather together to comment the regulative practices which are implemented by the government, and they can propose their own ideas because they are the end users of such services. Therefore, it's evident that they want to shape such services and participate in creation of such services. From the 2015, this platform in Madrid implemented the project for 10 million euro, which are proposed by the citizen and voted for by the citizen, and they participated in selecting such project in France and Netherlands and other European states. It was used in Iceland when the people are commenting the proposals by other people, and they select depending on their needs and their own criteria. In Ireland, they had a radical approach to this. In 2018, when 100 citizens just selected occasionally, randomly, they shared their opinion on 5 important topics like voting, climate changes, a very serious agenda, which was so they don't have a direct access to this information. And Andrei, as to your question about the participation of the business community, I would like, so business can propose some more agile models, and this is an example of creating of the creative solutions from the small business. Scotland shows a good example when these public institutions and state organizations formulate the challenges, problems, and the entrepreneur teams. They compete and they provide their solutions to resolve such problems. So they develop an easy model to implement such decisions. It's an evident way which we can follow. Taiwan uses such term as hub tourism. It's something, a way of thinking of the government which allow ensure to create hubs for such for some problems, and to consider then from the developers' viewpoint. The pandemics helped us to ensure the fast fast reaction to any challenges. So GovTech appeared as a trend in mobile technologies as a proactive and mobile and fast reaction, and which shows our technical possibilities. In addition to what I said, it's very important to understand, to be aware that the state cannot do it by itself, and it cannot create the ecosystem by itself on its own, because the business structures and civil society institutions shall be involved in this process to build a perfect future which we want to create. It's very interesting. Yes, it's like you cannot make a comprehensive review for 5 minutes, but thank you for such examples. Daniel, I would like to...
One of the priorities for development of GovTech in Kazakhstan, in addition to, first of all, being a service for the citizens of the country, is also an opportunity to take this service abroad for export. In your opinion, and you've been to Kazakhstan before and you've looked at this, is there such an opportunity? And specifically, I understand you're based in Middle East. Is there an opportunity in Middle East for export of Kazakhstani GovTech?
So, excellent question. I get asked this a lot. Our business is venture building, so it's different venture capital that we invest and we build and create, and we operate in the UK, Singapore, Dubai, Abu Dhabi. And I say, the way I answer this question is, things that might work in Singapore might not work here or in others, but there's a commonality, and I will use the classic example. Yandex, Uber, Grab. You know, so technologies and services can be geocloned when there's a common ability, you know, and one of the other classic examples in my industry is Rocket Internet, who did it many a times with many products. And what I'd say with Kazakhstan is I've been here a few times, and really what's interesting here is, and I'm going to compare you to Singapore, as you're the leader amongst your region, you know, strong government, great public-private partnerships, great use of resources. So I think where geocloning can work can be within your neighbors, because there is no secret you are one of the best economies in the area. So I would say, first with geocloning, let's look, whether it's Kaspi, whether it's other technologies of working in Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, CIS region, that area, and then you will see an evolve, because products here, you know, let's use a classic example I use in this discussion is, take Spotify. One of my partners was one of the first investors and creators of Spotify. Now, Spotify, as we know, the music is a highly mobile version, and the way they would give the free version was on the desktop. But take in the Philippines, people don't have desktops, so they had to make a mobile version, freemium, free and also chargeable. So what I would say here is there is a huge opportunity for Kazakhstan to be a leader, a hub of GovTech, because of all the things I spoke about before. AIFC gives an amazing example, like Dubai, ADGM. But what I'd say the interesting thing is first focus on looking at this region and being the GovTech capital for the CIS region, being one of the leaders here, and then you will feed into, you know, you've always been the digital bridge, the bridge between Asia and Europe. So I think you can see that. So I would focus, and obviously one of the things that we're looking here is focus on this area and then expand out, because it will emerge that way.
Okay, cool. So there is definitely a potential.
A huge potential,
okay.
Yes.
Fantastic. Ms. Banapachi, I would like to turn to you, and thanks for being patiently with us online. I know it's a bit different flavor when you're looking at this through the PC screen. The discussion live is much better, but anyway, thank you so much. And I did want to ask you about digital infrastructure, because all of this GovTech and frankly all of the digital services would not work without the infrastructure in order to bring this benefit to the society. How does ESCAP see the situation with digital infrastructure in our region? And I'm talking, you know, not just Kazakhstan, but Central Asia. And what are the key areas of support that ESCAP provides to the countries of Central Asia or other countries, and maybe any specific projects that you can mention?
Good evening, Andrei, and it's really good to see you again. I just wish I could have been there in person, but let's hope that in the future we have the chance to meet up again in person. The digital technology is fantastic, but nothing can really beat our in-person interactions. And before I move to your question, Andrei, I'd like to just start off by expressing my sincere thanks to His Excellency the Minister Baghdad Musin and his ministry for inviting United Nations ESCAP to be represented on this panel. And I think, you know, from the very interesting examples that we have heard from the co-panelists, super services and the innovation that underlies them is clearly driven by private sector entrepreneurship. But the government has a very important leadership role to play in this process. And so I'd like to also recognize and compliment the minister on his leadership in strengthening implementation of Kazakhstan's visionary 2050 strategy through forward-looking and very practical digital solutions. And ESCAP looks forward to working in close partnership with Kazakhstan and with the neighboring member states in support of these aspirations and in support of creating a bigger regional market for the benefit of all the peoples of the region. And this is very much at the core of ESCAP's work. Our mandate is to promote regional economic cooperation and integration. I think I'd also like to say that our world today is a very different place to when we last met at the Digital Almaty Forum only 1 year ago. And digital has been at the heart of the changes and at the heart of how we have adapted to the pandemic. GovTech and Superservices changed at a speed as we had never seen before. However, looking forward, even this speed will not be enough. And so my key message today is that we need a big push in investments and in multilateral mobilization for seamless digital infrastructure. We never had a more opportune moment. And so the question is, can we seize the opportunity of a lifetime in the lifetime of the opportunity? And a key constraining factor in terms of establishing a seamless regional infrastructure has been a lack of regional political prioritization commensurate with the level of investments that are needed to bring next generation infrastructure connectivity to all. And to be sure, the deployment of such infrastructure is expensive, and all the more so in the landlocked Central Asian countries where the vast geographic expanses and the sparsely populated areas reduce the business case, reduce the business incentive. So how has ESCAP responded? The second part of your question, Andre. So under our Asia Pacific Information Superhighway initiative, one cost-effective solution that ESCAP has been promoting is the co-deployment of fiber optic cable along other passive infrastructure networks, such as highways, roads, railways, power, energy, electricity networks. And the issue is that if cables are installed concurrently with new highway, railway, or electrification projects, significant cost savings can be achieved. And this is because around 80 to 90% of costs are related to digging and excavation work and obtaining rights of way. So by digging once and using many times, a cost-effective way can be found for governments to bring connectivity to the underserved or underconnected people. And this also opens up the possibility of innovative public-private sector partnerships in bringing connectivity to all. And as a further concrete example of a project we're implementing, I'd like to refer to a decision-making tool that ESCAP has developed, which can help policymakers of Central Asia determine the most promising smart transport corridors. And our work so far has taken us to 3 examples. One is a corridor from Almaty to Cholpon-Ata in Kyrgyzstan. A second one is a smart corridor from Simi in Kazakhstan to Rubtosovsk in the Russian Federation. And then a third one is from Ursar to Chukuchak in China. And this tool provides policymakers with various cost-revenue scenarios for construction or upgrading of existing infrastructure. And if there is interest on the part of the governments, ESCAP stands ready to facilitate bilateral or trilateral intergovernmental agreements for promoting smart cross-border corridors. And in this regard, I'd also like to refer to the example from the Republic of Korea. And Republic of Korea, as we all know, is often held up as an example of best practice. And a few days ago, under its new digital deal, Korea announced the second phase of its co-deployment initiative entitled Renovation of Fiber Optic Cables from 2022 to 2025. So even in Korea, with a very advanced infrastructure connectivity, Korea is investing in renewing and renovating fiber optic cable to ensure that the infrastructure is ready for the bandwidth-intensive frontier technology applications of the future. So the aim is really to promote the integrated and networked development of these infrastructures. They have provided a 9% increase in funding as compared to the previous phase. And the plan was developed under the Prime Minister's office. And it brought together 3 ministers, one representing ICT, the second one representing industry, and the third one representing transport. And the initiative also foresees reforms in governance and regulatory regimes, as well as the promotion of new forms of public-private partnerships. And this brings me to my second and last example. And this is a project that ESCAP and DESA are jointly implementing on promoting policy and regulatory environments that reduce the regulatory burden and encourage policy experimentation and risk-taking by the private sector. And so this project will be very much focused on emerging practices, lessons learned, and we're looking forward to working very closely with Kazakhstan as a champion country. And we're exploring with the government of Pakistan, with the government of Kazakhstan, the possibility of working on the digitalization of energy systems, as digitalization will be a key component to maximize energy efficiency potentials while closing the energy as well as the digital access gaps. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bonapace. And the examples are great. And as a Kazakhstani, I'm very happy to hear that Kazakhstan is playing and can further play a leading role in this. Thank you so much, and we miss you here in Kazakhstan, and hope for the 5th edition of the forum, there would be no further pandemic or anything else that would prevent the forum taking full swing here in Almaty. Thank you very much. I
would also like to thank all the participants of our discussion, and of course we just dwelt on the top of the iceberg of these changes of the government and the construction of the strong GovTech system that can be exported. But you know, if all of us all together, if we address all these aspects and take a clear look at them, then we will be successful. Thanks to all the participants of the discussion.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город — это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города — это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня? Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умная ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн.
Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома? Мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
You focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями.
нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер,
See you.
Қайырлы кеш, құрметті достар. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Добрый вечер, уважаемые коллеги. Я рад приветствовать вас сегодня на сегодняшнем форуме, посвященной цифровизации образования. Хотел бы представить всех спикеров сегодняшней панельной сессии. Это Криста Пикат, директор кластерного бюро и представитель ЮНЕСКО в Казахстане, Кыргызстане и Таджикистане. Артур Ван Дизен, представитель детского фонда ООН ЮНИСЕФ в Казахстане. Наталья Мочу, директор регионального отделения Международного союза электросвязи для стран СНГ. Марк Санс Лопес, глава отдела образования Google для Южной, Центральной, Восточной Европы и Ближнего Востока и Северной Африки. Патронелла Гойл, глава отдела образования Microsoft по Центральной и Восточной Европе. Саясат Нурбек, генеральный директор компании BTS Education. Эндрю Нолан, международный эксперт, основатель EduStep, международный эксперт. Эльмира Обри, глава бюро МФЦ, системный интегратор, эксперт EdTech, руководитель проекта Квант. Канат Кужахмед, эксперт в области IT-образования. Рауан Кинжихан, основатель Билим Медиа Групп. Серик Бутумбаев, руководитель Helios Soft, фаворит онлайн. Мухтар Ильясов, генеральный директор Кунделик Казахстан. Благодарю всех участников за проявленный интерес. Надеюсь, что сегодняшнее обсуждение будет интересным. Безусловно, сложившаяся ситуация во всем мире показала необходимость цифровой трансформации во всех сферах деятельности. Особенно важным стал, как отметил глава государства, это цифровизация образования в условиях социальной изоляции и дистанционного обучения. При реализации онлайн-обучения мы столкнулись, безусловно, и не только Казахстан, но и многие страны, это с качеством интернета, готовностью образовательных платформ к дистанционному обучению, оснащенности компьютерной техники, в целом компьютерной грамотности и так далее. Особенно в зоне риска оказались дети из малообеспеченных семей. Я бы хотел дать первое слово международным организациям, которые оказывали и оказывают глобальную помощь в поддержке Казахстану в этот непростой для всех период. И первый предоставит слово директору кластерного бюро ЮНЕСКО в Казахстане, Кыргызстане и Таджикистане Кристи Пикат. В связи с ограниченностью выделенного времени на панельной сессии я бы попросил всех участников и спикеров придерживаться регламента 2-5 минут. Кристи, вам слово.
Спасибо большое, Köp Rahmet. Thank you, Vice Minister. I'm very pleased to participate together with the other eminent experts in this panel. Let me perhaps start by looking at the impact of COVID on education. Can I have the first slide, please? And I would like to look at the data collected by UNESCO, where in April 2020, we saw that the school closures affected over 90% of the world's student population. It's 1 billion learners. And today, 1 year on, we have 234 million learners who are still affected. So we can say that this is the largest education disruption in human history. The COVID-19 pandemic abruptly disrupted the implementation of many of the SDGs, threatening to reverse the progress that had already been made, including, of course, the progress on SDG 4. It is a crisis that has touched all segments of the population, all sectors, and all regions of the world. You see some of the examples on my slide, but what is significant perhaps to highlight is that poorer countries have been more affected, but even in higher middle-income countries, the quality of education has suffered. So the UN assessment suggests that school closures and online schooling can also translate into lifelong deficits perpetuating inequalities across generations. And prolonged absence from school results in lower retention and graduation rates and worsens, of course, learning outcomes. It also has an adverse effect on the social and behavioral development of children and youth. So it is a life-altering consequences that we're looking at. I see that you have already turned the slide, thanks. The pandemic forced and accelerated the digital transformation of education. So the UN agencies actually came together around various aspects and themes related to their response. And UNESCO initiated, as one of the initiatives, a Global Education Coalition that is a platform for collaboration and exchange to protect the right to education. There are more than 140 members from UN family, civil society, academia, and the private sector. And the coalition is dedicated to working with governments to find solutions to leave no one behind and elevate the importance of equity and gender equality in educational responses to the crisis. It is important to also recognize the economic dimension of the impact of the crisis. So the economic damage of children dropping out of school, of course, is evident and large. And that's why providing learners with high quality instruction, technology, connectivity, and access to new and better resources today will have an impact on the speed at which nations recover economically and socially in the years to come. I should like to mention briefly the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development that advocates, showcases and documents the power of ICT and broadband-based technologies in achieving the SDGs. So in the framework of this commission, ITU, UNESCO and UNICEF have worked together issuing the publication on digital transformation of education, connecting schools, empowering learners, that argues for the need to concentrate on schools as an entry point for the investment, as this increases the chances of bringing connectivity investments to the communities. UNESCO's focus is to promote the value of connectivity for learning. So we share knowledge about the many ways technology can facilitate universal access to education, bridge learning divides, support the development of teachers, enhance the quality and relevance of learning, strengthen inclusion, and improve education administration and governance. We collect also good practices worldwide, and here's one example of UNESCO's eSchool initiative that we can share. Next slide, please. To conclude, I should like to flag that the crisis also provides us with an opportunity to rethink the education system and build back better, drawing on the experience of remote learning to build more robust, resilient and sustainable education systems for the future. And for this, we need to protect, if not increase, education budgets, ensuring that stimulus packages support measures to mitigate learning losses and get the most vulnerable back to school. We also need to invest more in online education resources to ensure adequate ICT infrastructure and connectivity. We need to support all teachers and prioritize their training and professional development. And last but not least, we need to integrate ICTs and digital resources better in our teaching and learning processes, even after the COVID pandemic, and move towards more blended learning approaches. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Picat. Хотелось бы представить вашему вниманию проект.
And now I'd like to introduce you the UNICEF projects that are actively cooperating with the ministry and the private sector when it comes to the education, culture, and I'd like to give a floor to the UNICEF on UN representation.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister Bigari. And it's a great honor to follow from my dear colleague Krista, because what I have to say in terms of the GIGA initiative actually dovetails very nicely with her presentation. She highlighted the absolute criticality of connectivity. And she mentioned the work that's been done globally in terms of the broadband project, the broadband initiative, of which the GIGA project is one very specific application. So GIGA is an initiative that actually preceded the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's an initiative that brought together the International Telecommunications Union with UNICEF with a dream to connect every single school in the world to broadband internet and every single learner in these schools to meaningful digital learning opportunities. Now, in the margins of the Digital Almaty Forum last year, the government of Kazakhstan actually signed with us, with UNICEF and ITU, a letter of intent to join this GIGA initiative and to spearhead connectivity work in Kazakhstan, but also in the Central Asia region. GIGA consists of 4 elements. First, the starting point really is the mapping of every single school in the country and looking at the connectivity of these schools. So are they connected and at what speed are they connected at? Once we have that basic knowledge, we then look at how we might finance connectivity. How do we bridge that connectivity gap? Thirdly, then, of course, connecting these schools. And fourthly, looking at the digital learning content. Now, in terms of the mapping, we've completed that work in Kazakhstan. We've mapped every single school. We find, of course, that Kazakhstan has a high level of connectivity, but there are some interesting things. There is a number of schools that are not connected at all. And there's also a huge variety in the speed at which schools are connected. Of course, we found the obvious, that there are rural, remote areas where connectivity is very low or non-existent, but also we found that there are pockets of very low or poor connectivity in areas where overall connectivity is quite good. So that gives us a good foundation from which to start working. So that mapping part is nearly done. The one element we are now working on is to actually also monitor the speed of connectivity in real time, because it's one thing to look at the contractual speed of connectivity. It's quite another thing to then monitor that in real time as well. So that's the next step in this mapping project. Then moving on to the financing part, we're looking at innovative ways to bridge the connectivity gap. And of course, here we need to look at public and private financing coming together. And we need to look at a model where public finance actually changes the incentives for investment. So we are developing a financing model now that looks at how public financing can give an injection in the development of this connectivity, but that ultimately, of course, subsidies should be phasing out, and the connectivity should ultimately, of course, become self-financing, because there is a market out there. So if you can get the incentives right for that initial investment, connectivity will actually start being profitable for service providers as well. So we're working that out first and foremost in Kazakhstan, and we're then also looking at the financial models that we can apply elsewhere in the sub-region in Central Asia. So then, in terms of the actual connectivity, the nuts and bolts of connecting schools, we are piloting that in 25 to 30 schools in Kazakhstan. So we're in the process now of identifying the schools where we're going to try this out. And this will be an opportunity to really push the boundaries of technology. And that's what we need, because we really need to look at disruptive innovation here. The old ways of laying cables are not going to cut it. So we need to look at really being disruptive, seeing what technology can bring us. So that's what we're going to try and demonstrate in these schools. And we need to break through normal ways of doing this, normal ways of contracting. That all needs to change. Then the final element, of course, and that is again something we need to do in very close collaboration with UNESCO and many other players, is to start mapping and curating the digital learning content. And one important element of that is also looking at inclusivity in digital learning materials. Are these digital learning solutions actually available for children who face disadvantages, for example, children with disabilities? So we're looking at digital public goods in this area, and our UNICEF Venture Fund is also available to provide seed funding for some of these new initiatives here. So that's a very brief update on the Giga initiative. It's work in progress. We look forward to continued collaboration with all of you. Thank you so much, Vice Minister Bigarit.
Thank you, Arthur, for your speech. And I would say that your idea just a year ago was very in time. Действительно, идея и...
Of course, the idea that was mentioned last year in this conference during the forum mentioned by the UNICEF, we have actively engaged in this work because the internet quality is considered as a core in here. Last year ago, there was a memorandum signed that this idea was just in time, mentioned during the forum within the year, and now we are moving on and we see what we can do and how we can do to increase the speed of the broadband connection to develop the products and deliver them. And now I'd like to give a floor to on new trends and communications to the director of the regional department of the ITU, Natalie.
Natalia, the floor is yours. Please, welcome.
Я позволю себе говорить на русском.
I would like to speak in English. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to thank my colleagues from UNESCO and UNICEF for providing the information about our common activities, about the challenges and problems that the global community and our regional in particular, and about our common global initiative GIGA, which was described in detail by my colleague Arthur. Therefore, I would like to talk about other aspects of the work that we are ensured by the International Electrocommunication Union, because the regional branch of the union works not only with Kazakhstan but also with the Central Asian countries and the CIS countries. In particular, as to the digital education, we consider this area from two sides. From the first one is the infrastructure. The great task is to connect the schools to the quality internet, which is ensured through the GIGA project, which connects the financial institutes and Ministry of responsible for communication, using the different tools to connect the schools, but may also make this connection useful. And from the other point of view, our union develops the tools to map and to determine the decisions and solutions in the area of connections, in the decision-making area, in order to connect the social facilities and to make this connection more effective. Another point is the digital skills. In this area, we consider this task comprehensively, as well as other agencies, because we have to develop the digital skills on an inclusive basis, and it shall involve all the parts of the population, including the women and disabled people, people living in remote locations, in the villages and cities. The minister talked during the GovTech session, said that the services shall be provided and they shall be easily accessible, and all the citizens shall have the digital skills. In Kazakhstan, we implement the project on smart ecosystem in the area of education with the engineering and economical university, and we expect that this year we will complete this project, and it will be can be implemented also in other organizations and institutions perform the same model, and I also told that we work not only with Kazakhstan but also with the other Central Asian countries, and we have few projects which are implemented. The Regional Center for Digital Skills for Women and Youth in Uzbekistan, it shall be completed this year. Development of the courses for development of digital skills for women in Azerbaijan, training of IT teachers in Kyrgyzstan, especially in the rural area. And you see that the scope of different projects which are interesting and which give more results and effectiveness for each country. We are open for the cooperation, for its extension, for development, and we do hope that it will be continued in the countries of this region, and we can continue the existing contacts, keep this same contacts, but also get more networking, have more networking. I would like to stop at one key word, which is a motor for our cooperation in the region. This is a partnership with the UN agencies, partnership with the national structures and with the governmental and academic organization as well as the private sectors to ensure connection and an ability and possibility to ensure the digital skills for all the citizens of Kazakhstan and CIS. I would like to thank you for your attention. I will be happy to communicate with all of you within the frameworks of this forum. I would like to thank you, Natalia, for such interesting presentation and your insights and ideas. The pandemic have shown us that involvement of the international organization is very important in Kazakhstan and abroad, and we are proactively participating, and I would like to provide the floor to of the head of education department of Central and South Europe, who would describe the for the first time Google participates for the first time in Kazakhstan.
Central and Eastern Europe. That's for us around 33 countries. And we really try to support education institutions on their journey of digital transformation. Now, the most important thing for us is to really ensure that we empower every student on this planet to be ready for the world of tomorrow, and that we enable teachers to use affordable technology and easy to use technology for them, so they prepare our kids for the world of tomorrow at the time they graduate. Now, when you look on the last months, I think what we really saw is that we needed to be very fast on shift to remote learning. It's the new normal for us, and it's the new normal for many educators, that they need to switch between remote learning and in-class learning, what we call hybrid learning. Now, it's not just a challenge for students and teachers, it's a challenge the same way for parents as well. We need to adjust to new rules, to new engagement forms. I think everyone here who is a parent knows how it is today. It's each school, each teacher uses a different technology, and it's not that easy for teachers, for students, and also for parents to really adapt to it. And Vice Minister, I really need to echo that what you just said around infrastructure. I think that's so important in all the countries around. We can have as much we provide around remote learning. We can never do it all without infrastructure. We were talking a lot about remote learning, and we are using platforms for it, for video conferencing, so we are really able to stay in touch with our students. Now, Today, it's not just the remote platforms and the video conferencing only. We are talking also about artificial intelligence in education. We are doing much more here because the thing is that there are so many applications who can make your life easier and who can ensure that you stay connected with your students. And I think the nicest thing for me personally is to see the excited faces of kids when you are presenting that to them something like a speech translation, when we are actually connecting kids from, imagine from Kazakhstan to students in Slovakia, and they can talk each other real time. And this is all possible just because of using technology and using artificial intelligence. Or imagine chatbots in universities, where it's so much easier for educators to answer all the questions students would have. Now, having artificial intelligence, the target is not to replace teachers. We see from research that kids who are receiving more time in one-on-ones or in coaching are having better scores than kids who are not. So for me, the aim of technology is to give time back to educators so they can spend it with our kids. Sometimes I have the impression that we have a race between technology and education. Not sure how is that for you, but the main question for me here is how do we prepare our kids to be ready for all the developments on the markets, and how we ensure that we are providing them with all the skills they need to be there and to be the future workforce. Because we actually at Microsoft, we think that our students of today are the change makers of tomorrow. What I really find very nice, and it's great to see all the work of Kundelnik in Kazakhstan, providing remote platform to teachers and students and ensure that you are connected. And I would say as a last thing, let's ensure that we really define the rules of the game for everyone to really ensure that kids know what to do and that we not leave alone all of them, right? Not just the students, but also parents in these days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was my bad because the first should be on Google, but dear colleagues, it was Microsoft representative Petronella. Спасибо, Petronella. Уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, it was my mistake because Petronella thought about her project, and we would like to thank Microsoft for such possibility to hear such a presentation. Microsoft provided the unprecedented discount for software in the area of education, so it ensured us to get several thousands with a licensed software for such a small budget. Petronella, I'd like to thank you. It is a competition between Google and Microsoft, and I would like to give a floor to Mark from Google, and it will be interesting for us to listen to his presentation.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can, and I'll be sharing my screen.
Yes, we're good. Thank you.
That's great. And is the screen sharing working as well? Nowadays, we have to do 2 times the technical checks, don't we? Is my screen sharing? Can just someone confirm with a thumbs up?
Yeah, actually we see you, but not your presentation. Actually.
Then let's maybe share again. What about now?
Yeah, it's because it's not a Google Meet. It's a Zoom.
I don't want to talk about the position, but it doesn't seem like other tools work very well in the browser.
Yeah, in this case, may I ask you, our technical assistants, to share? Now it's good. Yeah. We good, Mark.
Now it is. You can see the slide.
Yes, we can see your slides.
That's great. So hi, everyone. I am absolutely thrilled to be speaking at the Almaty event. here in Kazakhstan. I have to say, I've been reading over Kazakhstan in the last few months as we invest more in Central and East Europe from the education team at Google. And I'm actually really impressed. And I can say I'm extremely jealous for those of you who are physically there in what looks like an amazing event with some of the highest speakers I've seen an event. So congratulations to all the organization team. I hope very soon we will be able to meet in person and do what really is important, which is to try the cuisine of Kazakhstan, let's be honest. Anyway, Mark Sanz-Lopez here. I head education for a wide region of countries in Google, and I've been in the education team for a long time. Today, I wanted to share with you some of the research, some of the insights we're seeing in the education space, especially as these circumstances with the COVID and distance learning have completely accelerated what was already a very clear and solid trend of digitalizing the access to education, and not only the content, but our communications and how we manage those interactions, as well as just how we reimagine the way we interact and the experience a student has as we develop a more student-centric model as opposed to a teacher-centric model. I always leave a few seconds for you to read this slide. This is one of my favorites. The world is changing fast, is it not? It's probably one of the things we can all agree on. However, I always like to say that fast is a relative adjective, actually, right? It depends what you compare it with. So what if we think about how we were doing before, then we'll definitely think that we're going faster, but we're really going slower than we'll go tomorrow. Or in other words, and I know this phrasing is a bit controversial, we will never go as slow moving as we are today, which is it's an interesting way of looking at the current situation, but I think it can be an encouraging message to everyone, right? From teachers to everyone in the economy, really. This is not only about teachers, that if you're hesitating about how to adopt technology or when to put that time for a bit of professional development, today is the best day, and today is better than tomorrow. So let's share a little bit of research, because I could share a lot of numbers about how our products have completely spiked in usage during COVID. I could share with you how everyone's doing distance learning, but if you are in the education sector, you know this already. So let's try and share a little bit of what perhaps you might have missed some of the insights in research that we've seen. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Hopefully you recognize the movie recognition, or the movie theme here. In terms of bad, 50% of working time globally, or working jobs, the research is based on time or tasks, is highly automatable with current technologies. We don't even have to think of self-driving cars or anything else. And there's 44% in the digital front runners in Europe, which is some of the countries that are considered to be most advanced in the digital way. What is the good? You know, what we say that a lot of jobs are going to disappear. Well, we find research, and this is the source is McKinsey research, by the way, is that the past and current job displacements actually have a net positive result, meaning there are the same or more jobs created as they are eliminated, which is good. But what is the ugly? Well, 50% of those new jobs that we're talking about actually are highly skilled, and we are not prepared for that. Actually, not even close. Of course, in Google, we like to see that as an opportunity to support that great process in society, or that it's quite a transformative process. And we're going to talk a little bit about how we're going to do this, or how could we do this, but especially about more data, because I know that's going to convince us to really move as we have in the last year. What do you want to do when you grow up? Don't we ask this question to all kids? We love asking this question. Well, seems to me that we should be asking ourselves this question as well. But I found this report, this extract of this report from the World Economic Forum a few years ago, very illustrative of the kind of industries on the left that are going to have less job positions in the following years, and what kind of industries are going to those jobs be created on. So the typical, right, idea of like, hey, do you want to be a lawyer, or do you want to be in construction or art, or all the stuff that has been very popular, will obviously be very important for society still, but there are going to be less opportunities, and there are going to be more opportunities on the industries you see on the right. Interestingly enough, this report was an estimation from the job displacement between 2015 and actually 2020. So this is already outdated. This is not a prediction. This has happened. So we do know this, as I was mentioning at the beginning, everyone is learning on the go. And the reality is that this is not started now, right? This is really not started now. We know that there was a big trend from this before, especially in higher education or in further education. We've seen the rise of many different platforms that I'm going to mention in the next slide. But it really has completely transformed how we educate today in K-12, where, if we have to be honest, if we see at the device student penetration in most countries from Europe and Central Asia, we're not prepared. We have not been prepared for this, right? And if you see the next slide, this is kind of a small example of a small sample of companies that probably a lot of them you have heard already. Perhaps some of you would have already used them. If this were old style event and I was there, I would ask for a raise of hands. So who's used any of this? But I won't be able to see your hand, so I'm not going to ask this time. But you can see how obviously these platforms were not created in 2020 with the pandemic. These platforms have been there before, and the users have been absolutely soaring. And the reality is that when an informal path for a very formal and structured industry appears, it's because they're seeing gaps. The users, the people, are seeing gaps in the official, right? So let's continue. I want to show you a quote. And again, I won't be able to interact very easily with you, but I want you to think whether you agree on it, whether this is something we can say nowadays. The quote says, "Books will soon be obsolete in the public schools. Scholars will be instructed through the eye. Our school system will be completely changed inside of 10 years. Now, for those of you who are there physically, can you hold your hand up if you agree with this quote, if you think this is valid today? I see some of my colleagues in the chat raising their hands, so hopefully people in the audience are doing that too. Well, this was done not a couple of years ago, but about more than 100 years ago by Thomas Edison. This was, when he saw that TV and screens would completely replace how we do education. But in reality, Thomas Edison wouldn't find our classrooms, at least from those of 1 year ago, right, very different than the ones we have today. So a lot of work to do indeed, right? In fact, quoting Ken Robinson, who unfortunately left us not very far back, the education system we have today is actually based on the intellectual culture of the Enlightenment and on the economic situation, the economic circumstance of the Industrial Revolution. We actually separate kids by date of manufacturing when we should be doing by skill-based, like Sal Khan in Khan Academy says in her tech talk as well. Now, I don't want to steal a lot of your time, and I'll be finishing with this. We don't have a lot of time today, but we do encourage you to get in touch with us in Google. We have been investing in the region, and we are ready to talk to you and bring some of the best that we can to your classrooms. But one strong message that I want to send to finish is that we should talk more about the why, right? I have seen a lot of IT investments also in our tools. This has nothing to do whether it's our competition or us, right? We all have good things, but we've seen a lot of IT projects that did not deliver on what they were supposed to deliver. And that's a lot of taxpayer money that we might be wasting. And it's very important that we know why we're making these investments. So my message, or our message from Google, is that technology should mainly be used to bridge the inequality divide of access to good education. Therefore, what we should be doing is personalizing learning so that everyone has their own learning experience. That is what student-centered learning is. I mentioned that before. And for that, we need new IT in the classroom, new tools that help us do that. But that is the afterthought. We should be pedagogy first, technology second. So to finish, and you, what would you like to be when you grow up? And if I may, I want to change this question. What would you like to be when your job gets automated? If I may provoke a little bit. Thank you very much. Hope I can answer any questions and give the stage to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mark. That was very attractive. And действительно, зная о тех проблемах, с которыми...
Of course, knowing the problems that the educational sphere encountered, the government and the state have been doing a lot just to provide the unwealthy families with computers. There have been many computers bought in a short period of time. The IT companies provided free of charge internet, and IT market tried to support as much as it could. That's why BC Education's Asad Nurbek and his guys helped a lot, assisted a lot to the education. That's why I'd like to give him now the floor. Please. Sayasat, please. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, Rustem. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you here. Given the time limits, I'd like to tell you about something about the project outlined, which we believe to be relevant in the lockdown economy. There is a new term which is called lockdown technology, which allows us to clearly evaluate the changes that are taking place in the labor market. Next slide, please. Just in a few words, the Atlas of New Professions and Qualifications of Kazakhstan is a brand new project which allows to assess the prospective areas of professions and competences, as well as the skills, to understand what areas and what directions will be appreciated in the market, what new technologies and products will appear in the market, and what new specialists will be needed to the employers. This is a big national project. Next slide. This project was implemented with the partnership of the Ministry of Labor with 6 profile specialized ministries of Kazakhstan. 463 professions have been detailedly discussed, 239 new, 145 45 transforming and 121 disappearing professions that will go from the labor market. And this atlas will be the roadmap for the advanced adaptation of the market for the needs of the labor market. And here we are working with the Ministry of Education. This is the assistance of the ministry to formulate the forecast model of the qualitative assessment of the market, understanding how the coming future this or that industry will change. And the next goal is profile-oriented, specialized orientation to assist the professional schools, secondary schools, prof-orientators, the heads of schools and directors to formulate the real life needs of the market, of the professional diagnostics and professional orientation. The third goal is to cooperate with higher institutions, with schools and any kind of organizations that work in the educational sphere to more clearly understand what training programs to be developed, what skills, competencies will be changing, will be developed. And next slide, just to save time, as you can see here that for every industry, this is the mining industry. For the mining industry, we analyzed all the factors, all the trends of social, economic, political, and valuable aspects that distort the organizational, productional, managerial processes, as well as they provide clear and just to the point professions of the skills which will appear, disappear, or modify. In the next slide, I'd like to cite an example of IT sphere of 40 new professions that are described here. Some of them are transforming, some of them are disappearing. These are the forecasted ways of forecasted professions with our professional and over professional competences, and the maps of all these universities have been established based on which we can start a training of these special majors. Three experimental programs are being the PPA operator based on the Astana Polytechnical University. This is the experimental program, and at Rao University of Oil and Gas, 16 new as well as the transforming oil and gas professions. So this year we plan to launch this program on an experimented way, on a test platform, and then submit particular proposals to the Ministry of Education for the new curriculum for schools that we can launch. That's why I'd like to call on all the universities, all the schools and secondary education, vocational schools that you cooperate with us. We will provide the full picture of the requirements for the upcoming 5-10 years. Rustem, now the floor is yours. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Sasat, you were right by saying that the pandemic will only expedite these processes, and in this regard it's important and understanding so how far these technologies are changing. I'd like to give a floor to Andrew Nolan, the IT specialist.
Спасибо.
When it comes to today's presentation, I'm sorry for being egoist because I'm a former teacher and I'd like to refer to teachers' experience, outline them. The first thing I'd like to refer to is the OECD research. 3 years ago, OECD demonstrated that 30% of the respondents during the polling said that disadvantages and inequality, non-quality technologies hampered the education. International survey also demonstrated that in many countries the technologies were not used in the educational process. And when we have a look at this data, and this is just 3 years ago, the COVID was a great problem for us, brought great problems. The splash of COVID-19, the outbreak of this pandemic, brought us many problems related to the transit of the training and educational model. The most important thing this year, there were some drawbacks of the politics. There were, of course, some devices drawbacks when it comes to laptops, tablets, and there is a gap between the rural and the city connectivity. This is our picture as we can see it, and the teacher readiness was the biggest gap. I mean, the readiness of our teachers to deliver classes. When we were interviewing the teachers, there were so many problems and so many doubts. The first one was the burden and the prosperity. This UK data will suggest you that 40% of teachers want to leave their profession because of the COVID-19 burden, and this is a great problem. Many of them thought that their jobs are getting more complicated because there were so many areas where they used less technology, they had less problems. But the technology was just a complement, but not the main tool to work with. So it was a horrible experience for teachers. This is what we refer to. Again, our teachers went to the teaching profession because this is a professional, this is the emotional tie when you are engaged in enlightenment, when you took up this profession. So we saw this in the US. 1,300 universities told that they don't care about ICT results. And today, for the second time in a row, in my country, in England, the state exams have been cancelled. The UNESCO also suggests about this teaching speed and other examples. There we have many doubts of what will happen tomorrow. Either we will be in a remote way, in a remote teaching, or in offline classes. This is the uncertainty that we have today. We also had success stories when there were problems in the UK. Around 65% of teachers believe that remote teaching was efficient, but they believe that this is not efficient for a longer period of time, for a longer perspective, because it takes so much time and efforts. In the US, there were so many complaints, but 72% of parents told that teachers were working well. When it comes to Finland, Estonia, and New Zealand, these are the countries. In Tallinn, they used the technologies. They didn't have so many changes. And in the Emirates, where I used to work before, the government helped a lot, but at the same time, they also took a detailed look at the quality. Every school arranged inspection of online learning. This is the only country that did this. So what are the lessons learned? The first one. When we refer to the human capital of the country where technologies are used in the education, where they are considered as a complement, these countries felt it rather more simple than the ones who didn't have them. This is like an impetus, this is like an incentive for them, this is like a challenge that we generate using technologies more frequently in the educational process. Not all the curriculums are working well at the distance in a remote way. Only 40% of teachers believe that our today's curriculum is well fitting the remote way of work. Of course, interacting is really important. So we have so many questions to the rule of the school. What school stands for during the pandemic or in the third millennium? So today, the assessment, the time revealed the ACT assessment, GCSE. What will happen if we do without them? So there is another way of looking at that. What we will do in a new educational model, a hybrid, mixed one. This revealed many possibilities and potential, as well as many pressing issues, because some of the questions are unaddressed. And that's it from my side, Rustam. Thank you, Andrew. As a matter of fact, indeed, in addition to remote education, they were given a big burden. So today, the head of the state, I'd like to know, they decided the development of artificial intelligence and big data analysis as the priority of the country. Also, he proposed the intergovernment educational initiative in artificial intelligence for EAEU countries. Kazakhstan, in turn, on behalf of the president's instruction, created the educational database, which is designed to reduce paper documents. Unless there are big data, unless there is an artificial intelligence, you cannot build the educational sphere, build it up for the coming period of time. So, I mean, this data which we have, we can analyze today. That's why I'd like to ask technical experts to demonstrate a short video on the educational databases analysis. Ministry of Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan is digitalizing the educational sphere. The process is designed to reduce paper reporting and the burden of teachers. Back in 2013, therefore, the educational database was developed. In 2020, the reporting forms delivered by regions was reduced 3 times, from 136 to 132. This database provides for the evaluating the data, statistical data, and the finding inconsistencies, and simplifying the procedure of reporting, and reduces contact between respondents and beneficiaries, and reduces corruption risk and data manipulation, the fraudulent activities. The educational database works 24/7 and works with the state statistics of the education and provides for administrative report. This database has more than 20,000 organizations of secondary, professional and vocational education, as well as all city and civil institutions of the country. The delivery of documents and certificates are all digitalized and processed in the system, and when it is necessary, it is updated. The personal data of teachers and students and learners are protected. The big data allows us to establish an educational trajectory. Big data data analysis are the tools that are used in the educational sphere. Educational database allows to trace the educational pattern, and a parent can check the performance of a child, his rate, and to see where the training is required. The educational trajectory allows parents to find additional steps. The new statistical data will be used for computerization, for digitalization and provision of course books. So this way, the manage of big data is the technology of analytics of an educational sphere that provides for the measurement, collection and analysis of educational sphere. This educational database provides for all indicators necessary to take managerial solutions and decisions.
Собрав эти данные, собирая ежедневно эти данные, мы видим, в какой действительно области дополнительно нужно обучать или повышать компьютерные навыки. В этой связи вот доп. Образование является очень ключевой ролью, играет очень большую ключевую роль. И я хотел бы предоставить слово Эльмире Обри, руководитель проекта «Квант» по доп. Образованию. Пожалуйста.
Прости, Мария Добрекович, уважаемые спикеры. Благодарю за предоставленное слово. Хотела бы сказать пару комплиментов в отношении организации. Действительно, мы уже второй год встречаемся на этой площадке, и стало знаковым, что именно сессии по образованию уделяется огромное значение. Многие спикеры сегодня говорили о роли значении data-driven государства, действительно данных, обработки их, использования для дальнейшего улучшения процессов. Очень многие говорили о будущих профессиях, какие профессии будут востребованы, какие исчезнут. Очень много прозвучало интересных тезисов, но вот хотела бы поблагодарить отраслевые министерства, МЦРЯП и МОН, что действительно индустрия, мы были услышаны, и сейчас делаются шаги в сторону индустрии, вот в частности инициатива МОН по выделению грантового финансирования для
and financing for open market participants, so the IT specialists would not only be trained by the state institutions, but also but part of the initiatives I think it's a good idea. We will support it with greatest pleasure. I would like to tell briefly that about our initiatives. In the last year, in the same hall, we participated in the education session because I was happy to be among the speakers because a lot have been changed. Talking about the retrospective analysis, in last year, the Prime Minister Askar Mamin said about the high school upskills program. We got a lot of requests, and in July we launched the beginners program Reactor, and at the same time we faced the lockdown, and it became a challenge for the industry, and it created a huge load for the state. The pandemic became a blue ocean for us because we have had to work in the cloud. And the digital solutions have shown us that there's no limits, no limitations on age, and so on. The system is automated completely, and it helps us to find the trajectories for development. The Kazakhstan reached the international level immediately. And we also, because we not only the far abroad, but also the Western, Eastern Europe and other countries participated here. We provide training for 500 active users, and we observe the proactive interest of the market. There's no age restrictions, and we witness some younger students using our platform, and we have to use this opportunity to cover the students with the this alternative education right from the primary school. Quant ensures the effective education. We don't have the lectures in traditional format. We don't have grades and evaluations. We use a project approach, and many governments and organizations use the equal in the educational process. And they are also the students are also considered playing the role of the teachers. So it's we use all the modern up-to-date technologies available at the market. The distinctive feature of this project is is an opportunity to provide the tailor-made education, and everyone can choose the the workload, professional competences to be developed. So we can here we can see the picture of the educational trajectory for our students, their success, the platform, the number of coding languages available at each course. We are training the software engineers, data engineers, and soon we are planning to ensure data analytics, data scientists, because our government uses a lot of data processing in its work, and we also will open artificial intelligence courses because it would be useful for the market. I would like to talk about the new ones, and I would like to make the conclusion about our work was noticed. we became one of we are among the 100 top projects in the Russian and CIS region, and we reached we employed our graduates, and they got job, either we found them a place. The Mark from Google talked about the report about the future professions, and the top 10 professions which are allocated as a part of the fourth industrial revolution, and the 5 of them are immediately related to the coding skills. And so we can't provide training for these professions. We want to integrate our the initiative of the government organization and the market, our management, and the International Financial Center, Caspic KZ, Mikhail Lamtadze, they signed the cooperation agreement to train the people to cover the demand, to ensure to satisfy the demand in personnel for this area. We need more interaction with the businesses, because with the universities, because we need to integrate our efforts and to join our efforts to provide a reliable solution. And Kanat Kojakhmetov will talk about the Alliance initiatives, because Quant and the International Financial Center Stana signed an agreement. So and we developed these initiatives up to their practical implementation, because all the initiatives shall have the final end users, and we need to train the specialists for the real economy. And such schools like Academy and state service, Quant, and so on would give a trigger, would trigger the reloading of the digital economy. Thank you very much, Elmira. The head of the government set a task of training thousands of IT specialists and to develop the digital skills. I would like to give the floor to Kanat Kojakhmetov, so he would talk about the focus on IT specialist training. I would like to thank my colleagues for possibility to speak up. The world will never be the same. And when we talked about the school education, the future professions, I wanted to mention the link which is related to the higher which prepares such specialists. I mean the higher education institutions. The universities who had stipulated in their strategy the digitalization, they could actually cope up with the challenge, with the COVID challenge. But those organizations that delayed their digitalization strategy, they couldn't actually provide the quality education. How do we perceive the pandemic in general? The transformation cannot be avoided. It shall be understood by all the rectors of the universities, and also by the professors, by the teaching personnel. And because the universities provide knowledge, but not the skills. And all the speakers mentioned that the skills are sometimes more important than just separate knowledge. We are aware of the trends, and we exchange our opinions with the other universities, but there's an understanding that it is the diploma value is devaluated. So it's so the Ministry of Education launched an initiative that the state standard diploma now is obsolete, is not existing anymore, and each university provides its own diploma, grants its own diploma. So now it's before it was like a student left, started their studies at the university, and the parents could not know what happens at the university. And now the parents are witnessing the educational process online, and they perceive that the quality of education is different, and online education is not about talented people, but also about the concentration of the student and ensuring their high education. The transformation shall be adapted by the universities, because the teaching personnel shall be trained. Either they shall hire the top specialists from such digitalization platforms as this one. We must improve. We cannot stay at the same place. We shall put the comma improve after improve. This choice will be very important for the universities, and they shall be aware of their role and responsibility, but there's a collective irresponsibility when when teacher cannot tell us what added value provides his discipline that he is teaching, and who is responsible for that. The pandemic have shown that in the new realities is a must to transform such approach. All the normative and legal acts allow the university to adapt and change their educational curriculum, and the Minister of Education gave them possibility to react to the changes at the market and adjust. The digital transformation is something real, and the orientation to the employee is also something feasible. Atamiken put an accent, highlighted and on that, but the reaction of the universities is quite tricky, because here we we shall ensure the open dialogue between the universities. They shall be aware that they have some weaknesses, that they have some shortages, and this is a part of transformation. They change not only the external strategy, but also internally. They shall give their the teachers shall give their added value, and they shall know what is their added value. We shall to ensure the training the specialists which will be in demand in the market, especially when we're talking about the digitalization transformation of the educational process. Thank you very much. I think that in this connection I would like to give an example with Kodak. Back in 1975, they tested digital cameras, and then they abandoned it, and they made a huge mistake. The digital resources, digital educational resources do matter, and they are so important. The Bili Media Group is very important in this regard, and I would like to give the floor to Rowan Kinjibik.
Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to cover all the slides, but I want to emphasize one fact, that our team has been engaged in the development, localizing, and adaptation of the educational content. And over the past 10 years, we have come a long way, and every milestone represented as a challenge to get together as a team. We reunited, and we were looking for new solutions, because the industry and the teacher skills are changing constantly. That's why there are so many ideas from the experts that respect us, but sometimes they are irrelevant, because the life is changing faster, especially whatever has taken place this year made us to revive, like reinvent who we are. The resources that are provided to our schools provide us 2 million unique users. This is a enormous figure that would be unimaginable 7 years ago, several years ago. And this led us to the fact that teachers, parents, and children adopted new habits that we are now trying to transform into sustainable skills. So that's why, from this perspective, the world and the industry where we are in will not be the same again. And the teachers that are using these solutions today, there are 250,000 teachers that spent millions and millions of lessons, delivered millions and millions of classes. These are 40 million visited pages. These are the people that set us even more complicated challenges. They want to be more adaptive. They want to have a wider selection of tools and approaches to make their creative thoughts and creative ideas viable. So that's why this this question is not about what and why, but the daily question for us is how to make any user get what he wants. I'm not going to dwell into the figures. The main figures are mentioned here. This is the number of teachers and learners. We are trying to digitalize the whole set of the processes that the school has. We are aspiring to automate everything that the school has. Everything we did before pandemic was in support of the teachers and the school, but now we tried to elaborate the tools that would change the approach of the teachers to the school and the students to the school. Today, the idea that the education without schools does not look so incredible that would seem many years ago. Maybe education without teacher is possible now, but no one knows what will happen in a year. Even if I would suggest 1 year before, the same way like Uber became the taxi car without a single car. If I would mention the same idea about school, that there will be a school without teachers, without any building. Now today it doesn't look that incredible. That's why I would like to dwell on this slide to summarize my speech. What we had to do this year, we were in the position to digitalize all of the assembly of data that we have in schools. These are 74 subjects in 2 languages, 11 grades. At the end, we had 24,262 topics according to the national standard, which is called the calendar curriculum plan. All the subjects in dual languages are now digitalized, and this work was supported by the best teachers and best engineers of our country. And now let's talk about the question we are looking the answer for many years, and our colleagues are looking for the answer on how to digitalize the education process. The knowledge is digitalized now, but now the question is how to digitalize the process for you to efficiently organize it so that the most portion of from this matrix to be assimilated by children, because efficiency for us is something how many subjects and disciplines will be assimilated by children, and there are not so many gaps. Today we can diagnose any child, no matter what class he is, what school year he is, to build the personalized educational ladder or stairs for him, gradation for that. That's why I'd like to urge on all these specialists who are interested in that, because this is a very relevant matter that can bring all of us together and make us more consistent in our actions. So thank you. Roman. I believe that automation of the educational process is just one side of the moon, and the other side of the moon is the educational system management. There have always been the questions of the teachers' salaries, per person financing, and remuneration. Last year, at the end of the year 2020, we set ourselves new goals as well as the opportunities for the digital market, just to use the state-of-art technologies to make the accounting transparent. We implement some projects in Pavlodar, and in this regard, I'd like Cedric Bittenbaev to share a cloud accounting project. Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear participants of the panel discussion, my report will be about digitalization of accounting system in the education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So my presentation is about that the prerequisites of this system is that we are using this disaggregated accounting systems, and some of the educational institutions don't have any electronic accounting at all, which poses threats to the transparency, analysis, and taking relevant the managerial decision of local authorities, as well as by the Ministry of Education. It's a good thing that the Ministry of Education this year decided to take up a large-scale project of automation of all the facilities of the secondary institutions for accounting automation, which is completely in line with the digital Kazakhstan concept. Third slide, please. Yes, next slide, please. So what cloud accounting system stands for in the educational sphere? This is not just about one accounting, money accounting system when it comes to the budgeting, administration, financial accounting, which is in charge of the teaching fund when it comes to tariffing and rates. We can see it from the reference that an accountant is just a participant, is the link of the chain, but there is also the workflow manager, the head of the educational processes, of the administrative manager, and top managers of the system. Okay, next slide, please. This is what I want to tell you about. This is the number of vivid examples for educational sphere. What automation of cloud accounting in education gives us. This is the updated and online monitoring of the state that can be accessible in the real-time mode of educational institutions and real-time documentation. This is about the reliable and in a real-time mode information for budget planning, as well as for some serious projects that are being implemented on the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan per capita. This will allow for the transparency of the accrual of the salaries for teachers and other sources of financing. It also provides the saving of state funds, even if we take a look at the example of automation of one city of automation provided for the saving of 50 KZT per year. This is just a small example of business processes, just to outline the efficiency of the accounting systems in clouds, the reporting at all phases of the educational institutions given a particular region. It takes from 20 to 30 days for accounting processes because the information is provided as in a paper mode, and it takes more labor intensity, and the information is provided manually for every particular facility. When the processes are automated, it will allow to prepare the reports within 15 minutes and elaborate the analytics based on the preliminary information that will be available online, and will reduce the reporting burden which lies on the shoulders of all the reporting processes participants. In general, when we talk about the digitalization, as you can see it today during the plenary session as well as during the panel session, it has to do not only with the education, but the state authorities create the databases which require automated reporting systems like secondary and comprehensive education systems. In general, the approach should be in such a way that the primary system will be the accounting system, and the preparation of this information will be through integration of platforms. Owing to integration, there will be the use of only one information system, and information can be provided in a real-time mode without creating a burden to the people who are normally reporting, and the people who should do their job, be in charge of their direct responsibilities. I can talk about this system for hours. There are thousands of examples, and the efficiency of state budget use. This is all important for the Ministry of Education, but because of time constraints, I would like to wrap up at that point. Thank you, Sarek. Thank you very much. Saving through automation and optimization of processes will allow us to save around 1 billion a year, will allow to increase the salaries of teachers, to improve content. But when we refer to the integration with the system, I was surprised myself that last year we did 100 integrations, and it provides a new case where IT market, IT companies can be the part of them and can be integrated successfully. At the end, I'd like to give a floor to Mukhtar Ilyasov, because this is another project that allowed to optimize the costs in education and allowed to distribute them to the other sphere. Content improvement, teacher salaries, Kundelik and others. Mukhtar, could you tell us please the way you had to modify yourselves? Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I have 3 minutes. Now let me introduce the educational Kundelik system. There will be like 10 speaking points in 10 pages. This is the education management system, which builds its own educational system on e-learning basis based on best practices and advanced technologies for educational sphere for secondary education in Kazakhstan. This is an industrial system designed for large loads, which is supported on the practice back since 2016, and in 2020 it proved its status when due to pandemic, many schools had to move to online educational format. If we take year by year, around 500 users connect to us from Kazakhstan. So as of today, our system covers 33% of the population. These are around 6 million of people of the country. There are around 6,000 schools where more than 90% of all the students from 1st to 11th grades. This is 2.3 million students, around million of parents, and around 300,000 teachers. Kundelik is based on the PPP format of the Republic of Kazakhstan, with the involvement and the equity of foreign investments and domestic investors. Over the years, cooperating with the ministry has spent 0 KZT and saves around 2.5 billion KZT when using Kundelik system. We are rightfully considered as the most frequently visited internet resource and considered as one of the best educational projects in the world, as suggested by Alexel, Amazon.com, Google and Yandex will prove our positions. The Ministry of Education and science sees that every student, every learner in every school of a district, of a region, all this possible owing to the feedback of a student to the teacher, achievement of training goals, teaching goals, the testing results, etc. Furthermore, we also have reports that are fully digitalized, and all types of the documents, there are around 18 of them. They are all paper-free. This system has an integrated tools like video conferencing based on Microsoft Teams driven. There are also Zoom-driven platforms. We also publish our educational content, best practices from the teachers. There are also tests and insights. Possibilities. We also invite to the cooperation not only Kazakhstani but also international internet providers in education on a mutually beneficial terms. There are more than 7,500 lessons that are fully compliant with the standards of education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And to summarize my floor, I'd like to tell you that Kundilek has a big data for predictive analysis to understand where the education in Kazakhstan should be developed. All these analyses are big data driven and other technologies driven, and based on that we can build up the education today. Thank you very much, Mukhtar, for meeting our time frame. Yes, indeed, we can talk a lot about the education because every person out of 18 million people have ever encountered the educational processes, and it's not possible to cover it within 1 hour, but we managed to cover the transformations that we managed to do. The only question is always posed on how the remote education affected the life of students. So the World Bank and the Analytical Center conducted a research, and one of the key findings of this research is that the devices, around 500,000 devices that we provided to children for education, their educational level dropped down. It seemed to be a bad news, but on the other hand, as an IT specialist, I'd like to draw another conclusion. There's that they got different skills, digital skills. They got to know how to use the devices, how to switch on computer, how to transfer files, how to use Word documents. I believe that this is a temporary downward, allows us that in future the level of knowledge of our children will improve. I'd like to thank our participants for their participations and speakers for their informative reports. I believe that transformation is not ended yet, and we expect other changes in future. Thank you.
Стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG Первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов.
Благодарим за поддержку генерального партнера нашего форума АО «Казахтелеком».
Благодарим за поддержку генерального партнера нашего форума Digital Almaty АО «Казахтелеком».
Подобен человеку, стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в
в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее
Благодарим за поддержку генерального партнера форума Digital Almaty АО «Казахтелеком».
Digital Almaty форумының бас серіктесі Қазақтелеком акционерлік қоғамына алғысымызды білдіреміз.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники нашей панельной сессии.
Dear participants of our panel session, my name is Nurwan Mirmanov, and today I will manage our last panel session as of today. We are all the participants of Digital Almaty Forum. It was very interesting day, and we had to various interesting presentations where the head of governments was very new infrastructure as an enabler of digital economy is the name of our last panel session. I will be the moderator, and I would like to discuss the issues related to the principally new digital infrastructure which is required for the digital transformation of telecom area. I am head of Kazakhtelecom company, and we are part of Samruk-Kazyna holding, and the companies of the holdings are experiencing the transformation, and as of today we would like to ensure the deep transformation of telecom industry. What is required for what resources are required for an efficient digital economy? Now and during the previous sessions, and I would like to tell that in general for the last 2-3 years we use such terms as digitalization, digital twins, digital businesses, digital economy, and many slogans are used, and this often it's deeply discussed in details at the relevant sessions, and we would like to we tried to invite the experts which can tell how the infrastructure can adapt to the challenges of digital economy. What should be changed? The main aspects that we want to discuss: what is a digital infrastructure, and how it's different from that infrastructure that we were building for the last years. Is it the condition for success of the economy? What possibilities are available for the legacy infrastructure? We would like to listen to your opinion about the domains and package services, optical access, which we will talk about radio access. What trends are forming the new requirements to the infrastructure? We even invited TIB representative and how we transform the principle of creation of such requirements and specifications, how to transform the consumption model and how to integrate the product models. But most importantly, I would like to discuss how the purpose infrastructure should look like, focus infrastructure. What we talk about the innovative operator. We invited Turk Telecom. We were expecting for Euro 10, but we are interested in the experience of such companies and what they are doing in this regard. Most importantly, we would like to observe the disruptive approach where the innovation are the must, but there also change approach when this transformation is gradual. We invited the specialists from various areas of telecom industry who are involved in this process. The equipment manufacturers, large manufacturers, and new marketplace. We would like. We have invited a speaker from head Steve Pope, who will tell us about the cloud infrastructure within the operator. Two approaches. We will talk with Google. We invited the global providers of global services who are creating and expanding their presence, including the national operators. We also invited the operators who creating the new infrastructure, as well as the representatives of the research centers, GovTech. In Kazakh Telecom, we are proactive in this regard, and we will tell you about our first project dedicated to disaggregation, and I would like to introduce our panel session participants in the order of their presentations, so you will understand why this is order. I would like to listen to Vish Mathur, the head of Department of Global Communication of TIP. It's a community which ensures the development and expansion of the disaggregation white box approach. And the next one, we'll give the floor to Elgar Gasimov for providing solutions for the communication providers, Pyotr Alekhin, Finnair, Pavel Krylov, Vice President on Cloud Solutions of Huawei, and Evgeny Jordan, who Vice President on Marketing of Parallels. And regarding the global cloud platform, we will listen to the presentation of Vlad Patenko, Google Cloud, and how the open, innovative researchers are being implemented. At the end of our session, the open product will be explained by Dmitry Lakantsev, the head of Center for Competences of Wireless Communication, Skolkovo Institute of Technologies and Innovations. I made an introduction, dear participants of the conference and guests. I would like to, let's proceed to the panel session. I have a first question to Vish Matur. Can you, the creation of new infrastructure starts from the creating the specification architecture. What is being developed by TIP community, and what are the principles of TIP which shall be basic for the communication operator? And which, can you please tell about the TIP main TIP project, the optic transport and open RAM? I would like to. The presentation is duration is 3-5 minutes. So Vish, it's up to you.
Okay, allow me to begin. Firstly, thank you very much for this invitation, Nurlan and Kazakh Telecom, and beloved panelists as well, and esteemed colleagues in the audience. Firstly, congratulations to Kazakhstan, the Ministry of Kazakhstan, to be moving forward in such a proactive way on looking at disaggregation, but also I love the strapline of infrastructure as the enabler for digital economy. So congratulations to the government as well as to Kazakh Telecom on moving forward. Allow me to talk about three things. Number one, you are not alone. You are part of a global community of momentum. If you think about the world, connectivity is an enabler for all driving of all economies. McKinsey talked about $2.4 to $3 billion worth of new GDP that can be created in 2030 by having connectivity in place. And that is for Industry 4.0 use cases, for bridging the digital divide, or unlocking new opportunities. Even now, in this world of COVID-19, we are needing better throughput and bandwidths on connectivity. But as an industry, how do we address this? There are two challenges we've got. Number one, the telecom networks that need to densify come at a cost. A lot of CapEx and OpEx is required to continue to drive forward connectivity ambitions. Number two, the current model of working, that there are vendors that are monopolizing the way infrastructure is built at the moment. And you can see that across the whole network infrastructure, from radio to transport to core. So what we're doing in this process is using standards that are developed at 3GPP, ORAN Alliance, and other institutes to try and accelerate the delivery from standard to commercial deployment of open and disaggregated networks. Open means truly based upon open interfaces. So that means we can still work with the incumbent vendors who are already established in the networks, but bring in new infrastructure players and technology providers to open up the market and accelerate deployment. So that's open interfaces. Disaggregation means let's look at, as Nurlan is saying, an approach to try and bring down the cost of hardware by taking the intelligence out and putting the software into other layers. So that means we can start to drive forward COTS hardware representation in the infrastructure layer and start to put the intelligence into the software layer. So with that in mind, that will drive forward economies of scale, it will drive forward competition, and it will drive forward better network deployment models that can actually establish a much better playing field for achieving connectivity ambitions. So Kazakh Telecom in Kazakhstan, how can you address this? In my mind, TIP's mission really is to work with addressing three pain points in the industry. One is looking at the fact that you need economies of scale. So that means, where do you get the best equipment from the best vendors who can actually establish the right treatment for Open RAN or for open networks in transport or core? Second is, the other pain point is, how do you build confidence in the product maturity? And third is, where do you go to find blueprints or test cases where it works, or vendors that have been certified against the requirements that you have? So TIP's mission is to provide three areas of facilitation. We are a non-profit agency. That means we have no commercial interest. We are bringing a community of members together. And it's lovely to see Parallel Wireless here, TUC Telecom, Cisco as well have recently talked about working with TIP as well in the transport space. And of course, Skoltech as well on the panelists as well. So we bring three things. One is roadmaps for the industry, a common layer of requirements from the telcos to try and address release orchestration with the vendor community. Let's talk about the fact that there are Open RAN use cases coming out, and we need to identify the priority common requirements in the industry that the vendors and SIs can build to. Second area of value proposition is around global test and validation. So we have 14 community labs around the world. Each of them are trying and testing different programs of work. And there are 9 programs within TIP where the community is focusing on these roadmaps and orchestration of releases. This builds validation in the community at a global level that there are certifiable, valid products and solutions available in the market. And as we go from product testing to integration testing and interoperability testing to deployment readiness, you start to see the maturity of solutions that can be deployed in your network. The third thing that TIP brings as a global entity is a marketplace, a place where you can drive lead generation and channel to market. This is very important for our vendor and SI community who are looking for ways to increase the level of return on investment on all the marketing they do, as well as the business development they do with the industry. So we provide a TIP exchange where we will show the working blueprints, i.e. hardware configuration, software releases, and the certified and valid vendors and system integrators that have deployed solutions with our telcos in the past. So for OOPT and Open RAN, let me tell you about the successes in Nurlan. Very quickly, we have 15 commercial deployments around the world already. This is from start to finish with GA products on the market. We have 50 plus trials around the world in Open RAN and OOPT. We have 50 plus RFIs already being issued. And then we have a community of 500 plus members. All of that is bringing together a lot of learning and knowledge that you as an entity can then surface your requirements to drive forward return investment on your lab trials, as well as then field deployments. TIP is there to, as a global entity, to surface those requirements, build commonality for you, and help to drive forward your commercial needs.
Да, спасибо, Виш, большое.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vish. IT communities are accelerating such domains like optical transport, VRAM, front haul, and others, and access domain. This is a very interesting sphere for us, given the fact that there is a rapid growth of traffic and the number of users is increasing, and the new network access are penetrating in people's life. and many innovative operators are looking towards new specifications from TIP. Thank you very much, Mr. Vish. And now I'd like to ask the next question to Edgar. He represents a Cisco company. Introduction of open disaggregated technologies transform product markets for infrastructure of operators. And I'd like you to share with us the main principles of infrastructure that are needed for new digital economy and the role of Cisco in this infrastructure. And if possible, we know that there is an NT&T experience and packet backbone and ABS technology where lightbox equipment DDC is used, distributor disaggregated chassis, and iOS XR from Cisco is used. Edgar, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Nurlan. First and foremost, I'm really happy to take this opportunity to speak on the initiative of Kazakh Telecom. I'm really proud of your active researches in terms of researching and finding new trends that are provided to our industry. What else? What actually I would like to tell is that Cisco was at the origin of the internet technology and digitalization for us. I remember the times when we took out the analogous antenna, and these are all the Cisco's suggestions, and I'm really proud that we remain young in terms of the trends, and that Cisco never resisted to trends in terms of disaggregation, and it is a matter of fact, this is an obvious fact. Every vendor should acknowledge that this is a demand of industry's development and plays an active part there. So we are cooperating with you proactively in this regard, and we know the places where Cisco contributed a lot to use these things for our technological sectors, and our colleagues, we are working with them. What Mr. Vish mentioned, the disaggregation initiatives, we are actively considering disaggregation CSG for new communication networks. You also mentioned the project of ECNT. This is an interesting project. Let me jump a little bit in the history. This is a disruptive approach of the new initiative. This is DriveNet on Office Space. DriveNet was registered back in 2015 as a startup with its own operation system. Of this market of node routers, Cisco provided multi-chassis, supplied multi-chassis systems there, which required multiple approach when there was a need to increase the capacity, and that's why the initiative of DriveNet made Cisco to revise our approach, and in 2019 DriveNet was acknowledged by the investors and attracted additional investments, and in 2020 in March it was announced that they demonstrated the distributed disaggregated system is one set of routers work as the single one, and owing to this we rescale it, which allows to actively use it. Cisco was not aside of these processes, and it's a really important thing to know, and this is a natural wish of NCT to work, and we did it. We cooperated with them. In September it was announced that the core project in deployment DriveNet started to work with its operational system. We worked together and we adapted the software to manage the light boxes that use Office Space and TNT solutions. It's really important for the operator itself, because in any case diversification of the suppliers of light boxes and operational challenges and adaptation of the digital technologies remain crucial. That's why again the wishes of the vendor itself is really important. In November it was announced that Cisco is out with Open Space will actively actually be operated on the functions so where there used to be monolith solutions before. We work with UCP committee. The approaches to disaggregation can be different, but I'd like to know that we disaggregate the equipment itself for LCP. We work with Sonic, with the grid process with Azure. It is all available in open sources. You can review interesting materials in Cisco ASIC that we're ready to supply to Lightbox markets. This is the new scalable project in terms of speeds and operability. We also work with the idea of starting up our in-house system with the interfaces, and this is our I would like to say today's success. Thank you very much, Ildar, for your interesting speech, for your interesting answer. I'd like to tell the fact that the package domain is flexible and open in terms of transforming the transition to a new disaggregation concept, but there are closed-circuit domains. I would like Peter Alechy to comment on that. All of us know that optical domain is one of the closed technical domains given the specifics of the transport backhaul domains, but it is an active participant and vendor that develops its products based on TIP specification. Peter, what transport technologies are based on the driven by OFTP technologies you develop? And again, could you please give us the example of disaggregated optical transport of ROADM TIP, please, Peter, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, Nurlan, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I associate myself with the previous speakers that this is a very good thing to have a possibility to discuss it in a real life mode, in live broadcasting in a different way, not the one we got used to. Year 2020 taught us many lessons, and these lessons learned can be used positively, productively. And what I really want to mention is the following thing. Classical, the optical networks are somewhat not closed but proprietary. They are let me put it this way: every manufacturer tried to develop their own concepts in the implementation of the devices from the beginning, even for the fixed communication transporters were tightly linked to the chassis, and this technology is comparable to the packet solutions. Everyone took his own way to maximize the profit, and many clients were happy about it. And the most surprisingly is that today I heard something that deviated me from the project discussion and surprised me a lot, because many other operators expected that that would be a classical box or a construction site with some slots, and we would take a certain niche out there with a certain functionality. But the world is changing rapidly, and indeed today we face the fact that in the developments that IFINARA conducts, IFINARA participates in a number of forums, communities, as well as in Telecom Info Project is one of them. And here it should be noted that there are solutions that are linked with these aggregated routers, and one of these trials were last year in South Africa. And as a matter of fact, it was suggested that we are using an open Lightbox, as a matter of fact, and we offer our own software solution to provide the relevant functionality. The client has a right to buy this device, either buy it from the manufacturer of a mass segment, or from the other segment where it can be cheaper, having good relations with these bigger manufacturer of these light boxes. With regard to other forums and communities, the participation in the larger project of O4DM is critical, and we see here a clear shift that this system of previous values is ruining the possibility of an operator to choose the way he will build their network is available now. On the next day, we can suggest that this has been tested in the networks, and there is a shift to move to a subsystem, the system of backbone level. If we are referring to our solution on the group solution GX series, we see the combination of the openness is the fact that was demonstrated on your network as well. The only thing is that on the during the operation it was decided that it should be managed by the system that is available there. But nevertheless, nothing impedes the implementation of this project right now. The concept of disaggregation was suggested when optical components are disaggregated. Every component has its own thing. When there was a need to modify, just one component was added in terms of a small module of insertion, which allowed to address the problem without replacing the hardware, the platform itself. So such segmented ways allowed us to ensure the fact that the operator will enjoy the right of choosing. So this is a good way of doing it, and the open standards and open platform has a growth, has a shift of the particular schedule in terms of the future sales. We see that this picture is changing now.
The optical segment in the nearest 2-3 years will show the shift to the open platform, and the same ZCAR 400G and inbuilt transponders which can be operated on the base of the open platform without connection to the specific manufacturer. And this compatibility can be implemented at various levels. And when we're talking about each level of such system, amplifiers, ROADM systems, and all other possibilities related. I don't want to delay my presentation. And maybe, thank you, Peter. There will be an opportunity to talk later, and we have a scope of issues. There are many questions. We had 200 questions, and we want to include all the questions. The next domain is a package network, and I would like to discuss our traditional from our traditional infrastructure. It got in Peter towards new paradigm, and I would like to talk to the representative of Huawei, Pavel. The question is, what is the architecture of decision for the operators that starting the digital transformation? It is connected to the limit calculations and shift to the cloud technologies, including the networks. We will talk about the examples. And accordingly, I would like to talk parallelly about the radio and listen to your opinion about the key particular features that are adopted by Huawei company, how to ensure the best use of this platform. Thank you, Nurwan. We will talk about this issue from the practical viewpoint. What do I mean? We have enough quantity or enough experience in the real sphere. We ensure a shift from 4 4G towards 5G, using such items that you mentioned. It's a great opportunity for me to talk about my colleagues, to provide the real information and to share the experience. This experience will be useful, and this practical applicable part will ensure the further strengthening of the networks and will make the coping of using the best practices to avoid the errors, mistakes. When we're talking about the applicable area, of course, we are changing the market changes result in infrastructure changes. GSM, LTE are now perceived differently. Now there's a traffic is growing. About 20-30% of traffic is increasing. Therefore, we can say that we change the model, and the CDM networks which are caching the traffic are showing that trend. From the centralized networks to 3G networks, we go to the decentralized networks. We observe, we monitor this trend, and we may make the distributed networks. It is when I'm talking about it in the context of limit calculation. When our traffic is differentiated according to the applications, when we're talking about digital economic, there's a vertical industry, and we cannot use the standard model GL, which can satisfy all the areas of application that will be used by the economy. Another example are the private networks. It's a hot topic from the last year. We see that such network initiative, it's not only one, but the operators will support such trend, will help to ensure that we disaggregate digitally the network infrastructure, and we make disaggregation according to the traffic types. These are profiles which we use when going to 5G. When we are talking about the new type traffic, it is a platform on the typical infrastructure which will be difficult in configuration according to the human resources, and we will not have enough money for that. We shall use the new management, platform type management, which automatically mean the orchestration and the network layers, which will inevitably, and it's good, we cannot reach 5G without layers. So in order to work with the orchestration, we will require all that we need to change the infrastructure. What can be added to that? Creating the network just for the sake of the new type of network we consider is not an applicable approach. 5G networks and 4.5 networks are centered around the service in which they are required. It is visible from the applicable experience that of course it will be required. We will need to orchestrate the service, but it does not. We will virtualize the network and ensure the orchestration. No, we can implement it differently. I talked in the context of architecture. What about the long-term development perspective? We propose to use the commercial efficiency principle. There is a service. You know that this service will be in demand. It will be popular, and you see the digitalization rates. So you choose it as a part of the big strategy, and we support this strategy. The same approach is implemented. What we can add to that? Of course, the the platform shall be, of course, open. We have created a number of such platforms. Of course, you know how these platforms look like, and real experience show it. And the platform will be multi-vendor, and it shall support such things like network layers. We talk about the implementation of the vertical infrastructure SOV, the new format of traffic monetization. If before we were selling a SIM card, and for the fixed networks, the paradigms be different. From networks focus, we actually shift to another paradigm. So it's a layers orchestration. When we talk about the implementation of digital economy and the vertical industry, we use SOA. And there are few types of calculations. Our colleagues, my colleagues who agree with me, they are developed to different types of industry, and in our portfolio we have such project. We know that in this industry, what we know we shall build, we show a shift from the limited calculation model to the through passing of traffic. It's all about the ecosystem. The operator shall create the ecosystem to connect its application for its vertical industry SOA within one network. Of course, it's a cloud which can be differentiated 5G from 4G. When we talk about implementation of the models which we mentioned, orchestration, cloud implementation, and platform implementation, and probably changing the management structure and changing the approach of the operator towards how to operate the network and changing the business processes. This experience can be also shared by us, and we'll be happy to talk about it later. Pavel, you mentioned very interesting topic. I mean, migration of between the generations of the mobile networks. There are different approaches. Talking about the next technological domain, I mean the radio domain, I would like to mention that, in principle, according to my experience, it's the last citadel which cannot be reached by, actually, it was a barrier for operators to quality breakthrough and transformation, decrease of traffic costs, and there are the examples of operators which are creating the networks on Open RAM. You know, J Alliance and other. Next speaker will be given not to the traditional vendors of the closed circuit system. Parallel Warriors is creating its products on the TIP specifications, and I would like to, despite that the formation of Open RAM is in the beginning of its way, there are new vendors that announce their new products. Parallel Warriors, and we have a question to you, Evgenia Jordan, who is the Vice President of Marketing. What is the specific feature of the architecture of your Open RAM solutions, and main restrictions that prevent Open RAM from developing? What are the competitive advantages of Open RAM compared to the peers? And I would like to know about your experience, about the test launches of Open RAM, the pilot projects, and Europe. Can you please tell us more?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. everyone for inviting Parallel Wireless to present here. What I'm absolutely blown away is the quality of the presenters, but also the openness of this panel. What is obvious to me is that innovation, what we're talking about, is now taking place. Before I start talking about Parallel Wireless, let's look at where Open RAN stands. And let me start with the story of tiny little software-based vendor, just like Parallel Wireless, from the 90s. They took a bet on aggregation, disaggregation, and they took a bet on software. And they asked their big hardware-based partner for non-exclusive. And because the big hardware partner didn't believe in disaggregation, they believed in hardware, they said yes. Can you guess the name of that company? The company that took a bet on software? It's Microsoft. So Open RAN is not new. Open RAN, openness, been played in the industry from personal computing to enterprises for quite a while. Why is it now in telecom? The technology is ready. The mindset is ready. The experiences from enterprise, from disaggregation to automation can be applied here. So why Parallel Wireless? We realized that the industry was ripe for disruption with software. Our founder, Steve Papa, made the same disruption in enterprises in 2000. So he saw that the consolidation in the industry is causing mobile operators, our customers, a lot of pain. Three things. Vendor lock-in. When there's only 3 vendors and in some geos there is only 2 available, mobile operators suffer. And some of our customers ask, why openness? 3GPP interfaces, they are supposed to be open. So why can't I connect Nokia radio to Ericsson BBU? That is a good question. Interfaces are open. And this is what Open RAN is all about. Opening up interfaces, 3GPP or an alliance. Why? Because it will create stronger ecosystem. Stronger ecosystem can build better infrastructure. Better infrastructure can deliver more coverage. COVID actually proved to us how important coverage is. I live in rural US. I barely have any coverage on my phone. So when I go pick up my son at his school, I drop business calls. That is not good for my business. This is where Open RAN comes in. This is where Parallel Wireless comes in. Connecting more people with Open RAN. And if we look at the map where we're deployed, and we're so grateful to TIP for creating this amazing ecosystem of partners, radio vendors, regulators. We're deployed all over the world. If we look at the US, we have the only Open RAN deployment running live traffic with inland cellular. Why? With Parallel Wireless, we can seamlessly integrate into an existing network. That's the power of Open RAN. In Latin America, with IPT, Internet para Todos, or Internet for All, we are the largest deployment of Open RAN, connecting the unconnected with 4G. If we look at Africa, again, it's an all G world. What does it mean? 2G, 3G, 4G, technologies coexist. And this is where parallel wireless Open RAN comes in. MTN is committed, Orange. And we're bringing coverage to most rural villages in Africa. And they can access e-health, e-education, and better their lives. This is what this technology is all about, Open RAN, making the world more connected and better. Thank you so much for your time.
Спасибо, Евгения.
Thank you very much, Evgenia. It is a brilliant speech from your side. I believe that the open interface as well as the capability to build networks without getting connected to the vendor, this is a future. This is a matter of fact. This is a fact of life, I would say. But dear colleagues, we are not only limited by technological domain in a pure form, but today we would also like to take a look at the following trend, I mean virtualization trend of the use of native cloud technologies and discuss it. Like Evgenia mentioned, this is an open RAN solution which is as most tailored as possible with a CUDU virtualization and the openness of interfaces of radio units is there. We see that most commonly cloud technologies of such companies like Amazon, Microsoft were associated, they used to be associated with prime segment before, but now they are associated with telecom infrastructure, and they start to absorb, merge and acquire the companies for telecom. Microsoft acquired a firming company, and telecom infrastructure is shifting towards cloud technologies, and there is a big potential of transformation on optimization of the infrastructure and reducing costs, but also the cybersecurity matters as well as the integration matters with external cloud. So like Steve Papa mentioned in parallel virus, that there are only two scenarios of the infrastructure. Either you use external clouds, you have external interfaces, or you create them internally. Internal is the openness, and external is the linkage to some standards. The clouds, I'd like to give to Vlad, to Google representative. Vlad, you know the frontier clouds provides the opportunities not only for 5G services for radio technologies, but at the same time to construct an infrastructure using the outsourced technological platforms as a service, and the approach is well known. For example, the Apple Store. But at the same time, we listen to such announcements like Rakuten Cloud Platform that is going to provide operators with the infrastructures like VRAN, VAPC, future via GPOR, via MES, and on their border cloud. So what is this take on that from Google's side, and what are the solutions Google company has, what it can suggest to the communication operators? Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak here in this forum. Our company has a vast experience in digital technologies, and I hope that we'll be able to bring up new ideas for a discussion which will give an impetus to the development of the digital technologies in Kazakhstan and in Kazakh Telecom. For a long time, cloud operators and traditional operators have been living in different dimensions, and they have never encountered each other just only in the internet interconnect sphere when they had to redistribute the traffic. But everything changed as 5G appeared, when new standards emerged, when 5G networks appeared in different countries, and it turned out that the cloud operators can contribute with their technologies because they have a certain wealth of experience in this regard, and we as cloud provider can share our experience with traditional operators. We work in different areas, and here there are several projects like that, and one of the pain point that 5G has is to define the scenarios and the objectives and the tasks that can be implemented on a limited clouds. One of these scenarios is the virtualization of traditional operator services, but at the same time there is a number of scenarios that are linked to the client services. We build the cloud technologies and to provide the services, and what services to provide is a different topic, but today there are many requests in this regard. We work with clients, we work with different operators just to elaborate a list of these technologies, and we all aware of the fact that there is a demand. There are solutions that can be well fitted to the cloud technologies of for example, the IoT clouds. When big data is gathered, the same goes to video and data processing. When we need small latency for video traffic, and video traffic should be treated and should be processed locally, we can provide these technologies of cloud technologies of data processing, but where they are located and what quality of these services will be when we refer to such technologies that are really demanding to the network latencies. There are also some other services that are quite popular. The services that process voice. Today almost all companies where they have the call centers, they try to automate them and to replace the voice with voice robots. All of this should work somewhere closer to the client, and there are also services that operators need, and today there's the same story of latency and the data processing speed. So today we are working with my vendors, and today there was an announce of Nokia Corporation. We are developing these solutions together that can be virtualized. We are thinking on how to virtualize them, how to get them integrated with the network operator, or what can be really virtualized, what can be installed in the clouds, and what can stay in the domains. This is the first part when we are referring to the scenarios that can be possible in the frontier clouds. Another topic we would like to discuss that we are working on the platforms when we are referring to the restricted clouds, and here I'd like to refer to the Huawei's representative speech. You can have an orchestrated networks, or you can orchestrate all these services and tasks that can be cloud-driven. It's not just a simple task. If we are talking about the globalization, we are talking about the microservices. This is a big number of programs that we launched in a limited cloud that should be managed and run. Our company has a good experience, Kubernetics experience that has been driven by our infrastructure for 15 years. We passed it to open source, so we actively support it and develop it because all our infrastructure is driven by this system, and now it's time to share our experience with the whole world, and today every company can launch it. This solution is fully open You can start any workload or you can implement any case. This is an open source solution. But we went further because we understand that we need to have a cooperation with the local network operator to provide a service that is now cloud-driven but requires a local presence and bring it closer to the client. And the limited clouds are very efficient, and we are cooperating with operators in this regard. And the platform, which is now being developed, it brought from Cybernet. This is called as Antes. It allows to set an orchestrator. It can be installed in a limited cloud or in a private cloud at the client's premises. It can be installed at any kind of data processing center, and it has a linkage with the cloud infrastructure, with our with the in-house one, or with others, and you can use the cloud solutions of other communication operators, network operators. It allows you to establish an infrastructure where you can start up any services, and this structure is linked to the marketplace. You mentioned marketplace, different app stores, and this platform is already integrated in the marketplace. Today it is Google Marketplace integrated, but any vendor can propose its own solution. There is a solution including from the vendor that is here with us today. Everything is done the way we got used to see. You take your Android phone, you need to install an app, you open an app store. In the same way it works with the marketplace. When you when you enter the marketplace, you click on what you want to install, and this application is installed on your limited cloud, and you can use it over there. This is an app for corporate clients and for mobile operators and communication operators, where we are actively investing. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but if you have something to add, we will have another round of discussion. I want everyone to speak out before we conclude the official part, at least of that. I fully support you in every respect. We know that Kubernetes is about mechanisms and tools that can be used by mobile operators independently, but you have to have the personal guarantee. But according to me, this is the, I would say, the main tool or the prerequisite of arranged transformation. When we have our own R&D, we will be able to achieve the results that we as network operators set to ourselves. I fully support with you. I fully agree with you. And furthermore, if you allow me, I'd like to move on to, you see the way we arrange our discussion. We start with the new specifications, the new approaches, then the classical vendors spoke. We see what disruptive technologies are doing there. We see that everything is now cloud driven, and we would like to see the real implementation of these points that we discussed earlier. And now I'd like to give floor to Clear Turk Telecom. All of us know that the open technologies operators play an important role, and they are the ones who introduce and who use this as transformation mechanisms. In particular, value is, of course, about the experience of these operators who actively are using them. Cesar, what is the role of active disaggregated solutions of open source software light box devices in top telecom structures for different scenarios. Maybe you use them for wireless access, or maybe for rural areas where the cost is really important, or for some private networks. Or are there any other cases? If possible, please could you share your experience, the way you participate in the open communities? Do you get any benefits or any capabilities and possibilities of more actively use these open approaches and disaggregation of telecommunication structures? Cesar, please.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Kazakh Telecom for inviting Türk Telecom to this forum. Also, firstly, I want to give a brief information about Türk Telecom. Türk Telecom has 179 years long history. Also, 11 years in a row, Turkey's most valuable telco brand. Almost 50 million subscribers. 23 million are mobile. The rest are fixed voice, broadband and pay TV. 321,000 kilometers networks are in all fiber networks in all cities. 94% LTE population coverage. Also TTF 2G, 3G and 4G mobile network. There is no official schedule for the transition to 5G yet, but the planned candidate date is 2023. This due date may change according to regulatory body decision. Türk Telecom has also 7 group companies operating telco technologies, R&D, system integration and solution providing, also international wholesale data, voice roaming service, customer service solutions, education technologies, corporate venture capital and payment service. Also, Türk Telecom group company Argele is operating 5G and beyond next generation telco technologies. Argele is the member of ONF and ONAP via US-based subsidiary Netsia. Argele has come to forefront with its works on vRAN, SDN-based RAN solutions for LTE and 5G with patent applications. Also, Türk Telecom, the role of disaggregated solutions, I can answer this questions is Türk Telecom is preparing its mobile network to capability to meet the requirements of 5G and beyond use case and services. 5G and industrial 5G use case requires having low latency, highly distributed and highly performance cloud platform. AR, VR, hologram, robotics, cobotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, decision making rely on data processing hungry technologies. Open and virtual RAN will provide these necessities. Open RAN, virtualization and automation will make a fundamental change in operating networks and deliver service. Operators will be able to add the shift capacity more quickly for end users, automatically resolve network incidents or provide industry 4.0 level service. Open RAN based standalone 5G enterprise private networks will be enabled for the industrial digital transformation. In addition to that, Open RAN networks can be designed to fit an individual user's requirements in terms of the coverage, bandwidth, reliability, latency, and connection density. Türk Telecom is working to ensure the best network experience for customers' integrity, new generation network solutions. vRAN technologies can be used also, but coverage in public networks and for special service need in private networks. According to GSMA forecast after 2023, vRAN investments will be able to exceed 50% of the total investments. Also, Türk Telecom participates in open communities. Türk Telecom is working together with existing and new ecosystem partners. Industry bodies like the TIP, Telecom Infra Projects. Türk Telecom became a TIP member last year and started to follow TIP projects. These projects aim to bring the level of Open RAN to compete with traditional RAN solutions. Open RAN is about network innovation, flexibility, and faster rollout. Türk Telecom aims to improve its promotion, development, and adoption for the best network experience. Türk Telecom is a member of Board of Directors of ONF, the Open Networking Foundation. Türk Telecom Group Company Argele and its US-based subsidiary Netsia take an active role in ONF in Silicon Valley. Our company Argele is operating 5G and next generation telco technologies R&D. Also, this is they have a 5G with patent applications and vRAN. Last month, Türk Telekom announced its partnership to develop Open RAN 5G ecosystem with Uniper Networks. Our company Nessie started to transfer its radio intelligent controller RIC technology to Uniper, including related source code and 21 patents. Using this patent and source code, Uniper also get exclusive rights to develop and sell product and solution that is integrated with RIC. In addition to solution for mobile operators, Argel and its subsidiary Netsia developed SDN-enabled broadband access SEBA platform solution for the fixed internet providers. This platform has been developed as a joint effort between ONF operator partners, also Türk Telekom, AT&T, and Deutsche Telekom, and vendors in the ecosystem. Also, I ended. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Сизер, за информацию.
Thank you very much, Cesar, for your precious information. It was really interesting, and it's important that operators, in particular large operators, start the baseline transformation of infrastructure with the use of the open technologies approaches, open RAN technologies, and it's really delightful. It is done with the only purpose to simplify the coverage with the networks and diminish the prices for the end users, and most importantly to ensure the penetration of the base internet services to internet access to internet networks, including in our countries. We also have the same goal on our agenda. Dear colleagues, if you allow me, I'd like to give a floor to representative of GovTech. It is he's a person who is in charge of the development, and I'd like to know how open RAN technologies are being developed for a new infrastructure, in particular from our Russian Federation neighbors. I'd like to give a floor to Dmitry Lakantsev. So what is the strategic vision of GovTech in ICT in terms of disaggregated technologies of lightbox equipment? Could you please share with us the peculiarities of Open RAN decisions of GovTech? We heard about your pilot projects and the plans of their implementation. Thank you very much, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to speak in this very representative and powerful team with professional speakers, and I'd like to tell you that many speaking points will be repeating with the previous speakers because the trend is coinciding, and there are purely Russian realities because we implement many projects for the sake of Russia. Okay, I'll tell you the origin of this project. GovTech is a new international university that was created as a part of innovative Skolkovo Center to promote transfer of technologies from abroad to Russia, as well as to create the missing technological elements in Russia. So our main goal is to accelerate the creation of new markets and new products in Russia with the linkage to Russian companies. And in order to do that, we are carefully studying the landscape of world technologies, and particularly myself, I'm engaged in Internet of Things, and our main trend is 4G and 5G because wireless infrastructure is the latest milestone of our development. And on the level of the government, it is all clear that the digitalization with these figures and the word digitalization itself is linked to digitalization. Digitalization is about information, the information in terms of storing, processing, and transferring from point A to point B, as well as all the means how to use this information. So telecom is the main infrastructure of this nervous system that we are referring to. So now we came up to this question. We will talk to operators first. for our operator, because particular technical specialists of operators didn't want to or speak out loud when they saw journalists. This was a hidden question, and now we would like to understand what the government wants, and now there is a coincidence what vendors and government wants. The first, like Evgenia mentioned, that she's not happy that there is a monopoly in the market and all the market is controlled by five companies, whereas three of them, Huawei, Nokia and Ericsson, are dominating the market, and they want to enjoy more freedom and more flexibility to cover more niches of ecosystem companies, and larger companies are not ready to take up a small or low marginal niche. And in this regard, after a long study, they were not happy with the post guarantee fees and vendor solutions, and the fact that vendor very harshly supervise the operators and charges a lot for the support. As the government support is the following: that for Russian technology we build up a critical informational structure whose last mile is 4G and 5G. We are actively developing and introducing 5G to our industry, in particular private LTE and private 5G networks. This is the use of different industrial things. This is the use of industrial projects, and the government wants to enjoy more control and independence in terms of building up this critical information structure, and the newest technologies and possibility to combine the network from different elements allows the possibility to meet the operators and states requirements. So the reason why it is all like that, what gives an open user interface and disaggregation, is that the solution can be used as a bricks for a building, which are used by not a particular vendor who imposes his will, but by many vendors. And there is a disaggregation from the software, from the hardware, and this is an important topic in the same way like it happened to personal computers. It used to be a vertical infrastructure. Apple is adherent to this approach. Apple provides their solution from top to bottom, combining hardware and software, and there is another market is about personal computer, when the personal computer is assembled like light boxes, which are using different components. Linux and all other technologies were built upon. The hardware became standard and software became segregated from the hardware, and we're really happy to see this trend, and we actively support it. So here in Russia we actively promote Open Run. GovTech is TIP solutions, and we launched the process of adapting it on a state level. The national standard was developed by Open Run solution with alliances with some improvements from our side, but on the state level we can promote technologies as a basis for our analytical structure. This is the only way to make such solutions different from vendors. Only the openness, the more vendors, the bigger they are, they have strong series, and they manufacture a great deal of equipment and sell it across the whole world. They dominate the market, and the only way to compete with them is not to create the small domestic vendor that would try to compete with a big vendor like Huawei, but working with an open ways. This is the whole world, this is the community we can work with, and just not focusing on Russia. And this is what we adhere to. What GovTech does, it acts as an independent platform for development of these technologies. We developed full software. We are engineering it, the sites of 5G in custom platforms in Russia and open platforms that can be bought in the world. Also, we are the members of ecosystems of Intel and Xilinx, two companies that manufacture segregated silicon solutions, and we are working with NVIDIA that implements the database 103 on the open source solutions. Whatever we launched in the pilot zone in Innovation Skolkovo Center with our MTS operator, which was launched at our purchased platforms. The antennas were a specific element, and others, the servers, the acceleration board was used there. What is taking place with GovTech? We are just not trying to develop a product, but we want to create an ecosystem surrounding us. That's why we provide for open standards on a state level. That's why we train personnel. Universities already started the training curriculum. So for not for the operation, but for the development of 4G and 5G equipment in Russia, we actively work with operators. So our two main partners are MTS and Beeline, Vimpel.com, and we work with the manufacturers of in-house Russian domestic equipment manufacturers and engineers, and as a world trend we will develop it strongly, and these initiatives will be supported by the operators. Thank you. Dear speaker, we are ready to cooperate with you. I'm really delighted that such an activity is over there, and I think that after panel session we'll be able to discuss it more in details, the cooperation opportunities with your colleagues. We are far from the schedule. All the questions and matters are interesting. I wanted to design our session in such a way that we would not overlap our topics, and just 10 or maximum 15 minutes left, and I would like to give a floor to everyone to give a short answer for everyone to speak out. Dmitry mentioned an interesting topic of dominating vendors of private solutions in the market, closed solutions in the market, and I have a question to Wish. What do you think? Will there be the final dominations of open, disaggregated, visualized infrastructure in all technological domains, or will there be another way of development? And if we expect it, when it will happen? Wish, please, what do you think of it?
Thank you for the question, Nurlan. Thank you for wonderful panels, speeches from each of my esteemed colleagues. From TIP, we can be very clear that there is an inevitable path towards open and disaggregated networks. You can see in Open RAN, we have already deployments of Open RAN in macro rural areas, in peri-urban areas. We've already got indoor 5G small cell requirements already being tested out by China Unicom. It's a testament to parallel wireless, Mavenir, Altiostar, and other stacks like driven by NEC, by even Docomo. Yesterday, we saw NTT Docomo driving things forward. The point is, we need to continue to drive forward scale for the industry and not fragment. So it's important that we all establish common set of requirements that drive forward products into the market that can build deployment use cases that help our citizens and customers with open network solutions. So Open RAN is inevitable. It will take time though, because we still need to develop maturity in the L1 to L2, L3 stack. We need to build RIA as intelligence controller on top of that, and a level of orchestration, as I was mentioned by our Huawei colleague. On open optical transport, I think it's more clear that there's a mature ecosystem. My colleague in Infinera was already talking about great disaggregation and interchangeability between hardware and software vendors. So we have 4G and 5G compliant DCSG out there in the market. That is great for cell site gateway equipment. We have Cassini out there driven by Facebook as well for long haul transport. We have further initiatives also now being developed around creating SDN controllers around that space. So give it 2-3 years. I think you will start to see open network solutions maturing further. Where it becomes very interesting is now when you look at the core and start to open the core and looking at fixed wireless access use cases or enterprise 5G private network use cases. That's when you start to look at the combination of private and public cloud and looking at how do you bring microservices into play that the telco can control or the service provider industry, depending upon spectrum utilization. Now, in my mind, what comes next after that? I believe that when we start to really build use cases that are not just from macro, but into urban, into small cell or micro, into enterprise private networks, we will start to create HETNet connectivity use cases, which are open interface based. 5G and Wi-Fi 6 can start to be sort of complementary technologies behind it and actually drive forward commercial business case opportunities. It's not just about TCO, it's about actually driving economies of scale and opening the market. Competition will drive forward cost benefits for the industry. Maybe we'll look at 6G, Nurlan. What does 6G really mean? I know the South Koreans are looking at that now, as well as a number of other markets. But right now, we're on a great ship. Let's move together. Let's not create little lifeboats, but let's drive forward open disaggregated technologies in a common way so that we actually drive scale for everyone. Thank you, Nurlan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vish. It was very important to listen to hear to you because you have an expertise. Ilgar, there's a question to you. Considering our discussion, what is if there's a barrier for the barrier is reduced for the new market players thanks to this technology. Cisco has the vertical model for the internet. Is it possible that such a large player would be integrated in the horizontal space of the new players? I would like to tell briefly. Just remember, is the first independent vendor. Our optical system was always open for 10 years. MODEM and the colleagues mentioned Open Road and Zeta Plus Acacia project, which is part of Cisco now. And we are here not to absorb all the market opportunities, but we actually work openly. There's a proof. Nurwan, I would like to thank Kazakh Telecom. When you tell we would like to build on new open technologies like boxes, we have resources and vendors should work with what we have. We ensure the orchestration, used the new orchestration, and you perceived it as an open technology. Open interloading forum, which was developed the port, and we use the architecture for clustering with different types. We are open in this area. Thank you very much for the large players as Facebook and Google, because they try to standardize interfaces. Some interfaces are not applicable. OpenFlow, which are preventing the integration, and it's a very important initiative which makes white box possible. Ilgar, thank you very much. Peter, can you please tell us briefly? We are all aware about the possibilities in disaggregation for these optical systems at the relatively small distances. Will we see new products for communication which are important for such big countries as Russia, Kazakhstan, maybe USA, which can make a significant impact on the cost part? I agree, Nurlan, that we cannot stay still and we cannot consider it it's a part of our activity. In the first part of my presentation, I said that the last year was something that showed that Metro, which was tested by ENT and the other participants of the Open Road, could witness it. And accordingly, this year we see the accessible resources for showing the long haul, like components like which were not cannot be compared to the possibilities. Now it can replace the big components in the classic platforms, and to ensure the operators enable operator to, if they should grow the traffic and so on. Or maybe Peter, thank you very much. I would thank you for giving us the hope, and we are waiting for the long haul, and we expect that in the nearest time we will see the relevant progress. I have a question to Pavel from Huawei. So I have a brief question. So Pavel, the question, direct question that I have a lot to say, but in principle, the brief question. Does Huawei perceive its place in the new future in Open RAN? Of course, Huawei can represent itself in the new future. It's a part of the industry, and the company is developing with this industry. Huawei is very flexible, and all our practices prove that. Moreover, I would like to consider Huawei not only the traditional vendor, but the Huawei also a part of the many initiatives under the Open RAN technologies. So you cannot say that Huawei and Open RAN are different things. No. The colleagues would agree that many projects in Open RAN are also done by ourselves. We observe these Open RAN projects, and what I would like to add, that the access products like radio access are the products of the multiple scenarios for the networks. It's not something, it's not a single thing that would work independently, but we tell about the 10,000s of devices. We are talking about the normal product which can be operated, which shall have the normal features and which shall have the comply with the market expectation according to the price. Pavel, thank you. You agree, and of course the choice of operator according the operator selection of Open RAN or the traditional technologies would be based on the technological possibilities. I mean, they would select the best options for the better price. Next floor would be given to representative of warriors and about the dominance of traditional. What is this should be strategy of Open RAN implementation? Evgenia, it's a question to you. The head of Skolkovo is making the testing. How the existing network with the closed proprietary system can be improved with Open RAN. Evgenia, can you please explain this quickly?
Absolutely happy to do it. Thank you very much to all the panelists. This was such a magnificent discussion. Let's be realistic. Open RAN was born out of necessity. Open RAN wouldn't have happened if there were more vendors available. The way we see it, the phase one of Open RAN has already happened. The interface has been open. The ecosystem is being built. Radios, servers, software vendors, regulators, mobile operators. So the phase one is here. Of course, as Vish said, it's not going to be all rosy and wonderful. There are challenges, issues with integration. That's where labs come in, labs that TIP is building all across the world. The advice we would give to mobile operators, Open RAN is here, just try it. Because operators that started trialing Open RAN 5-6 years ago, they're moving into the second phase of Open RAN. And the second phase of Open RAN is where OPEX, your operational expense, is going to be reduced because it brings new automation techniques, CI, CD, DevOps. And this is what's going to power the second phase of Open RAN. The ecosystem is going to expand and networks going to become more automated and easier to manage and maintain. And cloud, with Googles of the world, AWSs of the world, is going to be powering the third phase of Open RAN. And we need, as an industry, to move through those phases and create a stronger ecosystem, because it's not about parallel wireless. It's not about Huawei or Ericsson. It's about how we can unite as one industry and create better infrastructure for mobile operators so they can empower the world, their end users, businesses. Thank you very much.
It's very interesting to listen to your opinion. I would like to ask Vlad. So finally, we reached the most important question. The equipment. So we now know a lot more about the equipment. Now, Vlad, can you please tell us if there's a future for the local cloud solutions, for example? The communication operator, the global players are actually cannot catch up. They are too advanced. The global players are too advanced. How the local players can catch up the global ones? What about the national cloud system in view of the recent events in the USA? So when the cloud technologies depend on some personalities, so we can switch off the infrastructure of certain facilities. How in this paradigm we can live? Where do we go? What is your opinion? Global players would have difficulties to reach each client in each country and to invest into the infrastructure. The local operators are investing in their countries. They build their own clouds, and they will build the infrastructure faster. And the local players will have more difficulties to deployment because they don't have such opportunities. But I think that the local players shall cooperate with the global ones. So the communication operator ensure the security and to be sure that all the data are under control and to get the access to those technologies which cannot be developed by your own. So you mean your opinion is a collaboration? Cesar, I will shorten my question. Does Turk Telecom consider Open RAN as a base architecture, and does Turk Telecom would like to transfer to the Open RAN? Please tell us briefly.
Also, Turk Telecom working together with existing global RAN vendors and new global and local manufacturers to support the rollout of Open Radio Access Network. Also, 5G tender launch date is not clear yet. As we forecast, we can start 5G commercial field installation with 2 or 3 years. Deploying 5G networks, whether traditional or open, it's more expensive than 4G and requires huge capital investment by mobile network operators. Like other operators in the world, Turk Telecom will probably use Open RAN solutions in rollout plans to reduce 5G deployment cost, also hardware cost. We have a hybrid network of local and national vendors. 3 operators in Turkey have activated ULAK local project 4G base station in their commercial network. In Turkey, there are more than 1,000 locally produced commercial base stations. Also, end-to-end national 5G communication network project is going on the basis of open source technologies. With help of the modularity of open and virtualized disaggregated RAN solutions, new local companies can also find more opportunities to participate in the supplier of RAN hardware and software, which is important to Turk Telecom. Also, we are planning to implement deploy of Open RAN solutions that will provide new virtualized architectures, software, hardware to build more agile, flexible mobile networks in 5G. RIC also included ORAN standards will be next generation SON solution. It is playing effective role end-to-end network slicing with effective resource and service management capabilities. Also, we are planning 4G and 5G Open RAN trials in this year. We will deploy disaggregated radio access network equipment at some sites. It is estimated that approximately 2 or 3 years is needed for the maturity of ORAN in terms of the cost-efficient carrier-grade, full performance, massive memory features which are necessary wide-scale RAN deployment. Maybe some issues such as open frontal, maybe more than 3 years. We will evaluate the size of Open RAN rollout according to trials and lab tests result of Turk Telecom and other operators. When we see the positive effect of testing, development and ecosystem studies, it will be feasible to start large-scale cluster-based field installation works. Thank you.
Спасибо. Спасибо, Сизир.
Thank you, Sizir. And the last question I have to Dmitry. Dmitry, can you please tell us briefly, as Sizir mentioned, everyone uses their Open RAN. Dmitry, can you please tell us what the Russian operators think about it, what they're expecting? Actually, the idea is that there's no like single-sided vision. Mostly the operators would like to try it. There are 4 large operators, and we have largest MTS, the largest operator, which is very optimistic and cooperates with us, and it's a strategic thing for them to Beeline, which is also proactively supporting this system, and 2 other operators are more restrained. Megaphone is oriented at traditional vendors, and they expect that the traditional vendors would ensure the maintenance for the reasonable price, something better. And Tele2 also prefers the traditional vendors. We cannot say that the Open RAN will replace the traditional vendors. I think that there will be something there will be a balance between the traditional vendors and non-traditional ones. So it depends on the operator's approach, because there's no unity. Of course, the state is for the open solutions, but the operators are independent and they are taking decisions independently. Thank you very much, Dmitry, because the opinion of the Russian operators is very important. In principle, we discussed many questions for such a short period of time. We have just 2 minutes of time, and I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Oljas just to provide some insights what the Kazakh operators are doing in this area. Oljas, please, the floor is yours. Before the closure of our session, we are the group of companies which is providing the services through its mobile and stationary networks. We adopted a strategic document which is master plan of innovative and technological development, which is based on disruptive approaches as disaggregation or localization of production in Kazakhstan. We started from building our cloud dots as a reference model. We took the architecture of Corp, which was used in NTNT. So we tried to use the open specification for x86 platform, Open Compute Project, OCP, and NFI infrastructure. We use OpenStack, and we use Kubernetes, and we use vendor management, and we follow the principle of openness. We built the cloud dots in Nur-Sultan and Astana, and we are making we tested virtually the functions, and in December of the last year we launched the new development, the new commercial case based on the cloud dots, the services such as video analytics and voice robots, and network for the online education just before the pandemic. As Kazakh Telecom initiated the state-level document or approaches, which is called the window of opportunities, which is aimed at localization of equipment on the base of the open approaches, and such approaches is aimed at technological and economical security of the Republic of Kazakhstan. In principle, we develop together with the regulator the roadmap for implementation of the window of opportunities. As a first step, last year we developed and approved RFP for virtual base station. RFP is open, is available in open access. So the RFP is based on the open specification and open air interface, which was taken as a basis for it, and we use a platform, and we use accelerators for that. All participants who are interested in, you can actually you can access this RFPs and participate in these projects. As a conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants of the panel session. We have a huge time difference lag with many participants, but everyone was interested to participate. We try to involve the experts from other with different areas of our industry, because we have multi-layered industry, and telecom has many trends. Thank you very much again from the part of the forum, Digital Almaty. We do hope that we will meet again at other sites, and we continue our discussions, because we have so many issues to discuss. If we not respond to these challenges, we cannot build infrastructure which shall be relevant to the digital economy. For example, Russia has its own program, digital economy. In Eurasian space, there are also a number of such initiatives, because the world is changing, and we have used the platform approach, and the telecom industry is one of the most modern ones up to date. But we, the players. We know that it has its own conservative core, and I would like to say that the new ideas and approaches shall be brought to our industry. I told that several companies are building its networks according to this principle in the world. Thank you very much. I would like to finish this session. Have a good day or good evening, and thank you very much for your participation. Goodbye. Thank you, colleagues. Goodbye.
От лица организаторов.
From the part of the organizers, we'd like to thank Kazakhtelecom for their continuous support.
Акционерлік қоғамына алғысымызды білдіреміз.